We must internalize the flatulation of the matter by transmitting the effervescence of the Indonesian proximity in order to further segregate the crux of my venereal infection. Now, if I may retain my liquids here for one moment, I'd like to continue the redundance of my quote-unquote intestinal tract. See, because to preclude on the issue of world domination would only circumvent, circumcise the revelation that reflects the aphrodisiac symptoms which now perpetrates the Jericho's activation.
All right. Let me see who's in here. Hello. All right. Okay, got to echo. So, you guys, tonight I have a special interview for you guys. Remember I did the live, and I had Tiffany89 on there. She done a video on Princella, responding to Princella. Apparently, she was very offended, very hurt by how she was treated by Princella on her platform. She was called messy. Princella told her she was going to block her, which is very rude to one of her audience members, right? And it was all because she did not want to be questioned, or she didn't want anyone in her chat room to refute what she was saying, or to basically just call her out on her bullshit. So anyway, I have said it myself. Other people have said it, and people are continuing to say that what Princella is running is a lesbian cult, right? So what I want to do is, while we're waiting for Tiffany to come in, to come on, I want you guys to listen to a couple of videos where one of them is talking about mind control. I got this from one of my renters, and he sent me the link to this video, and I want you guys to listen to it, because you'll be able to make the connection as far as what Princella has done. Also, I have another video that I want to play about a woman whose mother joined a cult as when she was a child, right? And the effects of how everything was going on. I see Tiffany in the chat. Hi, Tiffany. So we're going to look at these two videos, and then I will have Tiffany come up, and we're just going to basically talk to her about, her experiences with Princella and basically get her views on, her opinions on what she thinks about this young lady. I feel like what she has to say is very important. And she can give us some insight on pretty much what we're dealing with, because that's what we need, right? We can't just let people like this run rampant in our community, hustling our Black people on the strength that she cares. Now, here's the thing. We aren't saying that she hasn't helped people, or her message isn't helping people, but at the same time, her message is also hurting people. So we have to be cautious, because as a Black people, we suffer as a group and individually. So we suffer as a group, we suffer as women, and we suffer as men, right? So anytime we have somebody coming on that just wants to demonize our women or demonize our men, we got to say something about it, whether we trying to get paid for it or not. Yeah, I know why I'm here. I just enjoy talking to my audience, and I enjoy calling out hustling BS, right? So let's first start off by sharing this video. I want you guys to listen. This was a good one. I think it was it Cool Cat who sent me this video, because when I watched it, I was like, oh my God, it sounds just like it sounds just like what's going on. And then that led me to this other video. So let's go. Just take a listen, because you know they're not gonna let me show it. So here we go. It's called Mind Control. Mind Control Made Easy, or How to Become a Cult Leader. Really? Here we go.
Don't you want devoted followers who leave their families for you, give their money to you, give their bodies to you, give up their lives for you, consider you God, and will kill for you?
I love you.
Don't you want to become a cult leader? Since the death of God, there's been a vacancy open. You could fill that void. Here's how. Structure your cult like an onion, with the most benign and helpful features on the outside and the most controlling, kooky, and evil parts at the secret inner core. Use deception. Don't tell them who you really are. Lie. Leave out important information or distort information.
Are you trying to recruit me? No. I'm just trying to share something meaningful with you.
Establish front groups.
We're a Bible study group.
We're a management course. We're a meditation center.
We're a world peace organization. We're a personal development center.
We're a drug rehab center.
Promise to fulfill their dreams.
Don't you want a world of unconditional love and brotherhood? We have the secrets to self-improvement. You can join us on something special. Join our elite mission to save the world.
We can teach you special powers. Personal power.
Psychic power.
Past life connection. Telekinesis.
Offer them something free and get them to feel obliged to give you something in return.
Well, we gave you that free dinner. The least you could do is come to our weekend intensive.
You can tell them time is running out and that they must make their decision now or it will be too late.
This is your only chance to make it. Don't blow it.
It's important to make this commitment now.
This is an issue of burning urgency.
Don't give them time to think. Diminish doubting commiseration by separating your new recruits from each other. Surround them with happy, true believers, so when in doubt, they will tend to do what everyone around them is doing and believe that is normal. Start with a prolonged period of love bombing. Surround them with unconditional love and attention. Your cult family should act friendly and interested. Get information and hone their weak spots.
Tell us about yourself.
Take this personality test.
And then use this information to manipulate them.
Gradually, over time, you'll begin to shape the recruit's behavior by granting or withholding this love and attention. After they've bonded, slowly start making your demands upon them. The message being,
Nothing in this world has value unless it relates to the leader or the ultimate purpose.
control their behavior.
Come live with us.
Wear these clothes.
Eat this food.
All you need is 2 hours sleep.
Prescribe a rigid schedule.
I'm getting hypnotized, y'all.
Keep them active and with as little sleep as possible. If you can, restrict their eating habits to low-protein food. Control their thoughts.
Our ideology answers all questions to all problems.
Let our doctrine think for you.
Control their emotions. Induce guilt.
The United States dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima.
People are dying of starvation.
People are dying of starvation.
You are not living up to your potential.
You are not living up to your potential.
You cheated on that test.
And fear.
The enemy will electroshock you.
They're all gonna rape you.
Or carry you off to hell.
Control information. Keep them from knowing all the workings of the cult.
Block out any information which is critical of the group.
Encourage members to spy and report on one another. Separate the recruit from himself by attacking the self and inducing a mental breakdown disguised as a spiritual awakening. When they start to freak out, have side effects, or hallucinate, tell them they are flushing out the bad stuff inside.
When I was meditating, I felt an infinite emptiness. It was utterly terrifying.
No, this is good. You're transforming. Do it more.
You are reaching God. You're being reborn. You are becoming one with the universe, one with our family.
Make them paranoid about their own bodies or thought processes.
You're battling your sinful nature. Your body is detoxifying.
Tell them that there is a part of their mind they must eliminate in order to find happiness.
You must eliminate the toxic mind.
Get rid of the men.
Your ego is the source of all your problems.
Throw your male sons out.
Good. Now you're free. In fact, there was no you there to begin with.
Claim authority. It can come from a divine source.
Your Bible clearly states that I am the Messiah.
Bogus scientific research.
Bogus scientific research. That's what she got.
Scientific studies prove my techniques work.
Or special knowledge.
I am the enlightened master of the universe.
Make up stories about yourself to boost your importance.
I invented air.
I have special access to the aliens.
But don't be stupid about it. Start slowly. A good con man takes a little bit of truth and a lot of lies and pulls the wool over the eyes of the ignorant. Induce trance states and self-hypnosis by practicing thought-stopping rituals and repetitive acts like dancing. Spinning. Singing.
We love the leader is love. When I'm not with him, I feel like a schlub. We love the leader is love. When I'm not with him, I feel like a schlub.
Over breathing. And chanting.
Stamp out down, stamp out down, stamp out down, stamp out down.
Stamp out doubt. Stamp out doubt.
Stamp out doubt.
I'm dead.
Stamp out doubt. Stamp out doubt.
Practice prolonged hours of meditation. In these trance states, they are more receptive and suggestible. Revert them back to childhood dependence and mindless obedience. Encourage separation from their family.
Your friends
Storm.
and family probably won't understand.
Your friends and family probably won't understand.
It doesn't sound like your family and friends really love you if they can't support your new decision.
Maybe you should stay away from them. It's unhealthy for you to be around unenlightened people anyway.
If you can't recruit your friends, cut off from them.
Stop wasting time with non-believers.
Stop wasting time with non-believers.
Encourage dependency and conformity, and discourage autonomy and individuality.
The whole purpose must be the focus. The self-purpose must be subordinated.
The whole purpose must be the focus. The self-purpose must be subordinated.
Have confessionals where people demonize their early lives and only praise their life in the group. Rewrite the past as terrible, even if it was great.
Before I came to emerge, I was a bad person. I was greedy, misguided, self-centered, and lost. My life is wonderful now. I hate my old life.
Before coming to emerge, I was always in my ego. My toxic mind was running my life. I was a sinful, negative loser. Thanks to the leader, every day I'm a winner.
Isolate them from the rest of the world. Make them feel part of a special elite group with an important mission.
Monuments and historical landmarks will someday be erected to commemorate us and our sacrifices.
Tighten your group's bond by establishing scapegoats and enemies. Demonize outsiders as less than human, biased, corrupt, or conspiring against the group. Develop an us versus them mentality. Fighting resistance. Tell them their critical thoughts are evidence that they have committed crimes against the group. Start investigating them and make up crimes.
I think I want to leave.
You must be insane.
Make them feel guilty.
We're doing important work here.
You expect saving the world is easy?
We're all called upon to make some sacrifices for the cause.
Just when things get tough, you want to give up.
You're weak.
Do you want to move forward toward freedom and enlightenment? Or do you want to fall back into your old dirty ways?
What's more important? Our
Yo,
mission?
dirty
Our family?
ways.
Eternal salvation?
Or your petty grievances?
You're being negative,
Ignorant
selfish.
and sinful.
Our leader is flawless.
The doctrine is flawless.
There must be something wrong with you.
There must be something wrong with you. There must be something wrong with you. There must be something wrong with me. There must be something wrong with me.
Yes, there is.
Yes, there is.
Indoctrinate with fear. Tell them that they could be possessed by evil spirits.
You're gonna
Or
be
suggest that
raped.
If they should ever leave, something bad could happen to them.
I'm just warning you that without us, you're liable to get into a bad accident, get sick, or even die.
Or you might get a
I'm warning
man.
you. Without us, you're likely to get into a bad accident, get sick, or even die.
If you leave, you'll just be reincarnated into a lower life form.
Make it easier for them to die for you by calling their bodies containers that are shed before they evolve into higher life forms. It's that simple. Now, don't you want to become a cult leader? Don't you want devoted followers who leave their families for you, give their money to you, give their bodies to you, give up their lives for you, and will kill for you?
I will do what you say for the cause. I will leave my family for the cause. I will give you my money for the cause. I will give you my body for the cause. I will die for the cause. I will kill for the cause. I love you.
Wow. That was deep. That was deep. That was deep. That that was deep and that was accurate. Oh my God. Whew. Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness. I will give up my bodies for you. Oh my goodness. Whew. Okay, let's listen to this lady. This one is just a short 8-minute, but let's listen to what she has to say, because she is former cult member by force, or through her mom. So let's listen to her really quick. So have you heard of the cult next door?
There's a Buddhist teaching that says to cultivate compassion, we should look at all beings as if they were our mother, as if they were once somebody who cared for and nurtured us. And when I first heard that, it was so impactful. But then I thought, well, wait, are we talking about my mother? My mother forced me to wear a pink cast when I broke my wrist, even though I was a tomboy and I wanted a blue one. And when she took me to work with her,
Hi,
she
Subo.
told me to go outside and chase lizards, even though outside happened to be a lumberyard with acres of towering wood stacks and machinery and strange men. She used to lay hands on me and try to cast out demons because she thought my strong-willed nature was of the devil. Affection wasn't natural for either of us. And in those moments we tried, it just felt obligatory and uncomfortable. And so our efforts weren't often. I never doubted my mother's love, though. She just showed it in her own way, like when she bought me a tetherball pole. Even though I was an only child, I don't think she understood the game.
Behave,
Or
Subo.
me. She came to all of my soccer matches, and no matter what was happening, I could hear her on the sidelines, yelling, "Be there!" And for some reason, without question, she let me name her black cat after the disciple, Simon Peter. You could say we had an unorthodox mother-daughter relationship. But it worked for us because all we had was each other. My dad left before I was 2 years old, leaving my mom heartbroken, alone, and divorced by the time she was 22.
Not everyone can seamlessly connect in real time.
She showed her pain the same way she showed her love, which is to say, it wasn't evident. I knew she was aching because I was witness to her search for acceptance. First, we tried a megachurch, hoping to find community and answers. But it was easy to go unseen there in the thousands of people. And then we tried a Christian singles group. And I remember loving it as a kid because we went on camping trips. But for some reason, that didn't work out either. And then one day, we found ourselves in someone's living room. And in many ways, my mom is still there, sitting on that living room couch, stuck. I don't know who invited us, but I wish that I did. I wish that I did so I could scream at them. At first, it seemed like an ordinary house church. It was a group of Christians gathering together once a week to worship and to pray and to sing. Harmless, right? Until it wasn't. It didn't seem like a cult. We lived in regular houses, right next to your house. We went to public school with your kids. We sat impatiently right next to you at that same red light. Only we didn't follow an imam or a rabbi or even a priest. We followed an apostle who said he was getting direct revelation from God. And God was telling him to tell us that we were set apart from you. We were chosen. God was telling him to tell us to turn our backs on the sick, on the poor, on the gay, or anybody who argued with our beliefs because it was too late for them. They had lost God's favor. To my mom, whose life had been shattered by my dad, who had been thrown into single parenthood, the apostle's living room wasn't such a bad place to be. He promised her guidance so she wouldn't have to do this alone, and offered her belonging without judgment. He seemed to see her when she felt so unnoticed by everybody else. I remember when I was a kid once, someone asked me what my superpower would be. And of course I said to be invisible. But my answer would be different now, because I saw what invisibility did to my mom. It didn't matter how much I stared up at her. My blue eyes mirrored my father's blue eyes, which were reminders of rejection, of being erased. We've all felt this longing for connection, to be noticed by somebody that we admire, to be cared for them is elevating. It can become the only thing that matters, especially when reeling from abandonment. I've interviewed dozens of theologians about what a cult is, and I've received dozens of definitions. My research has led me to define it this way. Cults are controlling. The leader claims to get a special God-given knowledge. There's groupthink, indoctrination, cognitive dissonance, and oftentimes isolation. Someone who is raw, like my mom was when the apostle found her, is perfect bait. Growing up, my mom was in survival mode, and so I never thought to ask her what her dreams were. She never thought to ask mine either. But I think her dreams were to be married, have more kids, have a job she enjoyed, and be surrounded by friends. Her journey, though, stopped when she walked into that living room. There she found kinship. She became friends with the apostle and his wife, and we were assigned a pastor to watch over our family. I suppose that was the first strange turn our group took. Family, pastor, apostle. Today my mom is in the apostle's inner circle, which is a very esteemed place to be. They drink expensive wine together in cognac, and they go on retreats to wine country and on Alaskan cruises. The apostle says he's called to the rich, and so my mom pretends to be. It wasn't always like this, though. The oddities evolved over time. In elementary school, I told my friends to rid their homes of Native American art because such symbols were evil. In middle school, I told my friends to stop going to their Christian churches because any organized religion was misled. In high school, I told my friends that any bad thing that was happening to them, whether it was their bad grade in math class, or their parents' divorce, or their boyfriends breaking up with them, that was God's way of speaking to them, punishing them. My mom was remarried by now to someone she had met in the group, and we had outgrown the apostles' living room. We had expanded to homes throughout the city, throughout the state even. And we were gathering once a month in a large auditorium to hear the apostle speak. And his teachings were then distributed through PDFs and cassette tapes. And I hated it, because I too wanted to be seen. I too had been abandoned when my father walked away. But the apostles' living room offered me no healing. And so I escaped, but not in an exciting, fleeing in the middle of the night kind of way. More of a slow, painful, peeling the Band-Aid off kind of way. It started by going to college. I was the first to do so in my family. And I was only allowed to go with the agreement that I would meet weekly over the phone with our pastor. And so I did so reluctantly. But it allowed me to study religion and journalism. And when I finally got that job, that first newspaper job, I took a stand and I refused to hand over my paycheck to my stepdad. That was supposed to be a requirement because I wasn't married. And then I continued to inch away further by becoming a religion reporter. You can imagine my career choice was not looked upon with favor. Journalism was grievous, but religion reporting, that was spiritually dangerous. Going into mosques and temples, they said open myself up to demons, but I thought it opened myself up to compassion and understanding. Today, I run my own religion news publication. It's called Spokane Faves, stands for Spokane Faith and Values. Myself and a handful of reporters cover religion news in the inland Northwest. And I have 40 columnists who write for me. Atheists, Buddhists, Quakers, Hindus. They're all writing from their faith perspective. But you can imagine the tension continued to build between my mom and I as I forged my own path and as I began to speak out against the cult. My hope was that we could agree to disagree. But to her, or at least to the men who oversee her, that was impossible. One day, she sent me 2 UPS boxes filled with my childhood things, my soccer trophies, my baseball cards, even my own baby photos. And with it was a letter that said, because I continued to disobey God's law, we could no longer be in relationship. I'm confident she did not write that letter. She only signed it. The story of my mom and I begins with her wanting to be seen. Eventually she was, but she lost her own sight and her voice in the process. She wanted community, but she sacrificed her family. Too many vulnerable people find a safe and comfortable couch, one they can sink into and forget their wounds, but they don't have to stay there. I wish that I could sit next to my mom and we could be awkward together again. But I can't be part of a faith community that tells people to leave their children behind. And she can't be part of a mother-daughter relationship that tells people to leave the apostle behind. I waited 19 years before I finally met my dad. I've interviewed cult survivors. People find their way out every single day. Lives can be repaired, and relationships can be restored. If I hold on to hope hard enough, I believe that one day, just like I met my dad, I can meet my mom again. If I hold on to that hope, I think that hope is powerful enough to pull people off of the couch and through the front doors of the cult next door. And I believe that if I hold on to that hope hard enough, she'll be there one day to hit that tetherball back to me. Thank you.
Wow. So that was her just really telling how the cult separated her from her mom. I mean, and that's what, you know, people in cults do. They will X out their families for a damn cult leader because he makes them feel special. She makes her, you know, you seen the comments. Oh, I love her. That's messed up. Don't talk about her like that. She's saving lives. And okay. You know, hey girl. Y'all remember that Friday? Hey girl. With the fake ass, hey girl. But yeah, that is a perfect description of what she's doing and how and what she's doing to her followers. She's always saying, you need to put those boys out. They need to sink or swim. No, ma'am, I'm sorry, but this economy is not conducive to throwing your sons out, throwing your soldiers out, throwing the very people out that will protect your home. So what are you all just supposed to be, a bunch of women in the house with no male deterrent there? I mean, but it's all attributed to how these women have treated their sons already. See, a lot of these women have already been disgusting, lazy mothers, abusive mothers when it comes to their sons. They've beat them. They beat them kids to the age of 17, 18, right? And then when a son strikes back, oh, he's evil, but you've been beating him all his life, right? So anyway, I'm going to bring Miss Tiffany up because as you guys can see, she has been in the chat. And I will add her to the stream. And I'm going to tell you guys, I had some questions for her, just some basic questions that I put in the private chat that I'm going to ask her. Nothing extreme, nothing personal, nothing, you know, we're not here to embarrass people. We just want to know, you know, a little bit of insight about this woman. In her life, she asked them which one wants a lap dance. Right. She's taking these girls' bodies. She's crazy. So I'm gonna go ahead and put my my screen on. Tiffany, if you want to put your screen on, you can. But I'm going to start my cam so that my audience can see me because they haven't seen me in a while. So I think today would be a nice day for them to be able to see me. Hello. Hi, Tiffany. How are you?
There. How you doing? I'm doing all right. Yourself?
I'm doing good.
Okay.
All right. So, we got Tiffany here, and she is I wouldn't say a long time follower. I would just say a long time. She's known about Princella a long time before she was named the Queen Maker, right? So we just want to hear Tiffany out. Tiffany, we saw your video that you did on Princella. And I know me personally, I felt bad. I was like, now, why would she do a grown ass woman like that? Because there's a way you talk to women, right? You don't treat people as if they're your children. You communicate with them like they're adults. Now, she could have said, well, Tiffany, I'm not going in that direction. So if you want to talk to me after the live and say what you have to say, we can do it that way. But there was just so many other different professional teacher ways that she could have done what she did. And I thought it was real distasteful, right? It was very distasteful. So anyway, go ahead. Tell us something about yourself. Tell us about yourself.
Okay, so my name is Tiffany, and I have my YouTube channel, which is Tiffany89. So pretty much, me personally, I'm a person that likes to, deal with a lot of knowledge, read a lot of information, share a lot of information with people. So I'm a person that loves books. So I'm a book hoarder. So I have a lot of books. Yeah. My favorite subject to really deal with is like anthropology, psychology, sociology, and different scientific field, and also history. That's my main thing. So yeah. So yeah, I grew up in the South.
You got that accent. You got that
Yeah,
South girl accent. Yes.
yeah. I grew up in the South. Yeah, I grew up in Georgia. So, but I was born in the Midwest. Um, so yeah, so I'm just a type of person that just like to really engage with the audience about knowledge. Pretty much, that's just my whole thing. Making sure that I give them sources they can read on, like different books, different authors on various subject matters. Yeah, that's what I like to do, because I just like to share information. Certain information, is very important for people to know. And this is one of them. So, yeah, that's pretty much it about me. That just giving like different book reference. Every now and then I might get into like a little pop culture, depends on what the subject matter. If it's very relevant and it's important, then I might touch on the subject matter. But other than that, I don't get too much into the gender wars and the relationship thing like that. I try to avoid having conversation about gender wars because it's very out of control.
Yeah, it is out of control because number one, black people, we aren't playing on fair grounds, right?
Right.
We're lacking in so many things. Like sometimes I'll sit and I'll just watch like how toilet paper is made. I'll watch like how candy is made. I'll watch bee videos and how they extract the honey from the bees and how they use um, the wax from the beehives. And I'm thinking like we are cut off from so much of the world, right? As far as creating products, selling products, having big factories, selling in mass quantities, selling to big stores. We're so cut off to where we're just basically stuck in our lower nature, right? Killing, stealing, robbing, sex, all types of things that are of our lower nature. So when we're talking about our community, we have to be careful and we have to be emotionally intelligent because we're missing out on a lot and we are so disenfranchised and oppressed. And this is one of the things that really puts a very, very bad taste in my mouth as far as Princella is concerned, because she wants to take it from a people thing to a gender thing. And we can't afford to do that as a people. I can see if we made the tennis shoes, right? If we cut the trees down for the lumber, if we built the majority of the houses, if we did the work in the streets. If we had access to all these things that other races have access to, then okay, now we can do a feminist thing or a man against woman thing. We don't have that kind of time, because we have children coming up behind us that are just going to repeat the cycle of nothingness, of consumerism, right? Materialism. They're going to think that we're supposed to grow up to get a job so that we can buy cute stuff, expensive things, and never create those things for people to buy from us, right? So yeah, that's the biggest problem I have. I just really don't like what she's doing. I think it's disgusting. So anyway, next question. What drew you to Princella when she was on Facebook?
All right, so and I had spoke to you about this in private. So I've been following Priscilla for about 8 years. I think she had added me, or maybe I had added her. I don't exactly remember. But I came across her and I was following her. Yeah, I was on her friends list, actually. And so, and for a while I didn't really pay her that much attention. Right. So I didn't really pay that much attention. Then one day I seen one of her Facebook videos, and she was talking. At that time, she was into the pro-black stuff. So she was talking a lot about males, black men, saying things like Negro male this, Negro male that, just pretty much throwing a lot of black males on the bus. So I pretty much just started typing and making comments and challenging her, like, well, what is the whole issue? Why are you just so fixated on men and not focusing on women as well? Why not just look at both sides of the issue? Why just focus on men? Right. And so her whole thing was to hold men accountable for their own action and let the men defend themselves and whatnot. And I remember, I never forget this, when she did the video, right? Because she used to respond to me. She had multiple videos where she was responding to my to my comments and whatnot.
She was on your head, huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We was going back and forth with each other. I mean, I'm not scared of Princella. I'm not gonna back down. Yeah. So anyway, she said to me, she told me one time I ain't had no right to my opinion.
What?
I was like, huh? I was like, what you mean I ain't got no right to my opinion? Because there was people on there that was disagreeing with her as well. I wasn't just the only one. I just happened to be the main one that would type and say something about it. But yeah, she had an issue with people that was disagreeing with what she was stating, like some of the information that she was saying. So she would get into it with folks about that, what I'm saying? And she still do that now. If you disagree with her about certain stuff, she would go in on you. So yeah, she was so she was making videos and responding to the things I was saying and whatnot. Now at one point, me and Priscilla we was pretty cool, so I was able to talk to her. I was able to have like phone conversation with her, talk to her in the inbox or whatnot. And then at that time, I was talking to her mentor as well. Her mentor was pretty cool. So we was all right. Everything, seemed to be cordial or whatnot. And then we went back falling out again. So then after a while, I think because I had made a video about her on Facebook, and I was just pretty much cussing and whatnot, and that just pretty much that set her off. That was like, okay, she was like, pretty much she was done with me. She didn't want to be bothered. So, but I felt bad for making the video about Princella, and I was trying to apologize to her, but she was not really trying to accept my apology. So she was very reluctant. So she wasn't trying to like hear what I was saying. She was like, basically she was just kind of like brushing me off, and then she was like, she was like, I'm no longer in the pro-black community anymore. I moved in a different direction. I said, oh, okay. Yeah. So she said she's no longer in the pro-black community. I don't know what made her decide to leave the pro-black community.
She wasn't making no money. She had a direction that she wanted to go into, which involved, hustling. She'd been a hustler all her life. everything that she has described about herself has been about hustling. She's a hustler.
Well, you know what, Taylor? I think that she was saying that it was so much manipulation taking place as well. That's what, yeah, she said it was a lot of manipulation going on, so especially within the pro-black community. And in some organization, there are people who are very manipulative, you know what I'm
Right.
saying, that look forward to just going after individual just for monetary purpose. So I believe that's, and like you said, it has something to do with money. I believe that has something to do with it as well. But also, she was just saying she was tired of the manipulation and tired of the things that the men were doing.
Well, she was tired of not being able to be in control. Because the conscious community, they're not going to let women take control. That's not what the conscious community is about. Especially with them having polygynous relationships and different things like that. They're not going to let her run anything. And then the money is coming to the men. Right? The money is coming to the men. So why would we have a woman up here as a leader when a lot of these communities and different things of that nature, just like church, they're there to collect some fees so that they can pay some bills and do their recreational activities and different things like that. They're not there for fun, right? They're not there for nothing. You right? And so the more people you get into the community, the more money circulates. So she got tired of being in the background, right? She wanted to come out to the front. And the only way for her to do that was to leave the conscious community. Now, you said you knew her mentor. Have you ever seen her mentor, or did you just?
I never got a chance to meet her or her mentor in person. I never got the chance to meet those two, but I have got a chance to talk to them. Her mentor was a guy, she mentioned him before. So she never mentioned his name, but yeah, he was pretty cool. He seemed like he was pretty solid. Like she said, he was very active in the community, and he's very active. In the because she's from Louisiana originally, so yeah, he's very very active in the black community or whatnot. He's like an activist or whatnot. So he known Princella ever since she was like 12, 13 years old. Yeah.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Huh.
So yeah, to me he was pretty cool. I didn't really have that much of an issue with him, you know what I'm saying? He was an activist, so he was pretty cool. He was very supportive of Princella, and what she was doing on her page at that time.
Right, because a mentor is one that guides you, one that gives you your direction, one that you stick close to and you learn from. So she basically learned all this madness from him. Basically.
Well, I don't know what he's been really teaching her, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know what all she learned from him.
We can see.
I don't know what all she learned from him. I don't know what all that she learned, what he has really taught her. I just know that he at one time, he pretty much knew her ever since she was young, and he took her under his wing, and
So he must be from the same place she is.
They from the same city and state. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So yeah. So like I said, I don't really know how, I know they were close at one point, but I
wonder how they met, because usually a woman wouldn't allow her 12-year-old to be so close to a man.
Well, I don't really know. I don't really know the whole origin of the story of how they met. I don't really know. I just know that he knew her for a very long time, and like I said, he was just a local activist in the area that she's from. So,
I wonder what's the age gap in that.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess maybe she probably seen him a few times or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Heard of him and stuff. So yeah, but yeah, I just know that they known each other. He known her for a long time, and yeah, they was pretty close. They were pretty cool at one point, and I don't know what happened today. I don't know what made her stop interacting with him, or
She said they had a falling out. They had a falling out. She, you never know with Princella. I'm surprised.
yeah,
I'm
I don't
surprised
know the
she
whole
didn't say
backstory behind it.
he did something to her. He's the only one who basically didn't do anything to her of a sexual nature. Everybody else, did all kind of crazy shit to her. Let her tell it.
Yeah.
So, right. So when she was on Facebook, how does she treat people then? Does she have the same persona, same attitude, same
I
jargon,
mean,
same cuss you out,
pretty
same?
much, yeah, pretty much it's very similar. It's very similar. The only thing changed is her transition. So she transitioned from, like I said, from the pro black to being where she at today. You know what I'm saying? But
What do you see as a difference? Do you see a difference? What's the difference?
well, what she has a bigger audience now. She's writing books, and she has added more information onto the knowledge that she's been given. But her talking points are very similar. Her talking points are very similar to each
So
other.
was she saying all men were evil back then and they're all rapists?
Well, she wasn't saying all men. She was criticizing black men heavily.
Men.
Yes.
And that's why I said her argument, because that's all she knows is black men, right? But she's trying to say she knows all men according to their biological nature.
Yeah, right? and she also mentioned that she had interaction with them, because I don't know if you remember when she was saying that at one point when she was working at a car dealership and her manager would tell her stories about the women he was messing with or whatever.
Yeah, we heard all of that. But men, just like she does, they have a tendency to self-inflate. Right? Men are always having, penis contests, lying. Right? So we don't even know if what she was hearing was the truth. She just took it all as
factual. Well, she was saying that, but she always said she had a very, she hung around a bunch of men more than she did with women. So, and from what she was telling, that they treated her like she was, one of them. You know what I'm saying? Because she was always around men. So
not because she was always around it, because she looked like because she wasn't attractive for them to try to get with her. Because anytime you have a beautiful woman in the room, everybody trying to hit. I can personally say that. But when they see you as something unattractive, something that they wouldn't even be interested in, they wouldn't even think about. Yeah, they're gonna talk about all kind of crazy stuff around you.
I mean, maybe that might be. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But I do know that she spoke about how when she was coming up, she was really dealing with a lot of self-esteem issues and things like that.
Right, saying she was bullied and things of that nature. Yeah. Well, that's on her parents. That's on her mother, right? Your mom and your dad gives you your self-esteem. Your self-esteem comes from your parents. It comes from how they care for you. It comes from how they love you and what they tell you, and confidence building, because it doesn't come from the street, because everybody in the street is trying to tear you down, except for the girls that are telling you nice things so they can use your stuff. Oh, girl, let me wear them earrings. Tiffany, I'm trying to get them earrings too, Let me wear this shirt. Can I borrow this purse? Can I wear those shoes? Can I wear this jeans? So they're going to tell you, superficial stuff that's only going to last as long as they're your friends. But your parents are the ones that are supposed to be building your self-esteem, giving you that self-confidence, telling you don't worry about what people say about you, and just really presenting information to them in a way where it makes they have sustained confidence, right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's your parents' fault.
Yeah, I mean, I can see where you're going with that. I can see where you're going with that.
Yeah, because parents, we know how parents are. They think just because they feed us and clothe us and house us, we don't need anything else. You got everything you need. No, I need your attention. I need your affection. I need your teaching.
Yes.
I need for you to give me the game. Whatever your game was, how are you surviving? You're supposed to give that game to your kids.
Right. Is that most definitely you gotta communicate with your
Yeah.
kids.
You do. You
Because
have to
if you don't if parents don't communicate with their children enough about anything, especially when it comes to life in general, then they're going to learn it elsewhere. They're going to go outside of the home and get around people who are like-minded like them or who have been through similar situation and get involved in all type of activities.
Right. Or who intrigue them the most, right?
Yes.
Or who talks the
And
best.
that's where peer pressure come in, because in school,
Yep.
you know, you was dealing with a lot of peer pressure. You know, you had people influence you to do certain things
Yep.
or get caught up in
And that's
certain
how you get caught up with pimps, players, hustlers.
There you go.
Right? That's how you get caught up with them too. When you don't have your mom's protection, your dad protection, or even your brothers or your sisters. You're just out there.
Exactly.
Right? You're just out there running the streets. So,
and then sometimes if your parents are too overly protective, that can drive you away as well. That can cause you to turn to the streets or turn to a lifestyle because you trying to get away from your parents being too strict on you. So it's like some children grew up being isolated. So in order for them to get away from being isolated all the time, right, they would try to find ways to sneak out the house or run away from home, whatever, just so they can know what freedom looks like. They want to know what it means to be free, what it means to be able to just go out and venture and just interact with different people. What is the world like outside of home?
Right, that's true. That's why you have to, you keep a leash on them, but you allow the leash to extend. Right. So you let them go with their friends. You, within reason, you take them out. You talk to them. It's just interacting with your kids and actually raising them, and not just allowing them to grow up.
Exactly.
Right. So there's a big difference in raising and then just allowing your kids to grow up. So what do you think her true mission is?
With this whole thing she's doing now?
Mm-hmm.
As I said before, she's pandering off of women's emotion. That's what I see. It's pandering.
Yes.
And also, when I listen, I hear the concept of Machiavellianism, which is a form of dark psychology. Okay, so I'm listening to somebody that's using emotional manipulation.
Yep.
Just so they can get a following and get profit. So altogether, we know that in street terminology, pimping. That's what we know. We know it as
pimping and pandering. Yep.
Right. But that's what pimps do. They pander off the emotion of women who are vulnerable. That's what they do. They that's how they start. They go to the ones that are very vulnerable, or the ones that just don't have no
trauma bond with them. They trauma bond with them. I know.
Yes, trauma bond. Yes, they do that. They trauma bond with them, and once they trauma bond with them, then they got them in a position where they want what they want them to be. See, what people have to understand. What you have to understand is that when a person who have a malicious intention, right, or looking to do some type of conniving thing, they don't always approach you in a very condescending manner. You know what I'm saying? They don't always approach you in an evil manner. They come to you in a very calm and humble way at times. And see, that's the trick. Right. You know, they it's a trick because they'll come to you in a very calm and a humble way, or come off as being loving and kind. And then once they know that you become very comfortable, then that's when they can execute their plans.
Right. You're right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the tricky part about it. So, again, when a person wants to have some type of control or bring about some form of emotional manipulation, they're not going to do it in a very malicious or in a very condescending manner. they're gonna do it in a way that you might think that, or you might perceive it's very loving, it's very kind,
Right.
and it's
That
very
they care
genuine.
about you, and I'm not like other people, and I can help you, and different things of that nature. Yeah. So let me look at this really quick. I see we got a Clint. What is it? Clint from Flint Williams. I'm sure you can't speak about the conscious community with a wide brush. Are you familiar with Sonetta Studios of the House of Consciousness? The description you gave of the conscious community. Of course, I'm familiar with Sonetta. I've been on Sonetta's show before. I
Oh,
can.
yeah.
Of course I have. Yeah, I've been on this YouTube for a long time. I didn't just start.
Oh, okay,
I've been here for a
okay.
long. Sonetta know who I am. I have been. Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. I like to hear them speak. I like to hear their debates, their street debates, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I've been in these YouTube streets for a long,
Oh,
long.
wow, interesting. I never knew that. I never
Yes,
knew.
for a long time. Yes, I have. I'm not sure how to respond to this. You want to respond to this? I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, I could say from my experience being in the conscious community, because I've been with the conscious community on and off for part about a good 12, 13 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, and I have seen, the similar patterns that I've seen with Princella from those individuals in the conscious community.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I will say this. There is a lot of manipulation going on in the conscious community.
Right.
There's a lot of people with all these different organizations.
We can just name one, Brother Polite.
Right. That's one of them.
I know Brother Polite, long time. When he was on YouTube with his 2-3 girlfriend wives and their kids, and
right, you know what I'm saying? There's all these different beef, all this cliquish game rivalry type of beef that's going on.
Shaka Amos and all of them. Oh,
right.
Definitely. Oh yeah.
Yes. So I mean, because at the end of the day, you would think that the whole goal is to put focus on Black empowerment, right? Now there are some genuine people. There are some very genuine people in the conscious community, very genuine people. But then there are those that are looking to pander, take advantage, and there are those who are very abusive to women and who have been known to violate children, etc. So it's a lot of that going on. So I wouldn't even really recommend anybody really go into the conscious community.
Right, because here's my thing. Like I said, I've the conscious community long time ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
They are still doing the same shit 10 years later.
Right. And
Where's
then the debates.
Where's the businesses? Where's the major product lines? What are y'all doing?
Right.
Talking.
And then the debates they have on Sonetta platform, it's like pretty much the same old debate: the Hebrew versus the Egyptian, the Moors versus the Egyptian, or whoever. It's the same old stuff. So it's like circular.
It is circular, and they're just running around in a circle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing really coming from it. So after you watch the community, I can never say I was a part of it, but I've watched it. So after you watch the community for so many years and you see they haven't gone anywhere, they just continue to talk about the same mess over and over and over again. You got to kind of ask yourself, is this worth my time?
Right.
Is this true, or is it just entertainment? And it looks like entertainment and
much.
And cash apping and super chat and that's it. And niggas coming up with new chains and new beads and now in all fairness, they were at one point selling shoes and jackets and different things of that nature. That's cool, but it's not shit that I will wear, right? And really, it's not things that Black men should be wearing. They haven't even changed their style of dress. right? We're still dressing like we going to play basketball.
Right.
We're still wearing tennis shoes.
Right.
We're still wearing, we went from baggy jeans to skinny jeans, right? We're still wearing attire as if we have no business to take care of, as if we're not taking care of business. Because, businessmen don't wear basketball shorts to the office and to meetings.
Right.
Right. So what are we doing? Nothing.
Pretty much, that's it. I mean,
People
it's
are
just
still, they're still buying the Gucci and the Prada and they're still indulging in materialism. You would think that they would be telling people, stop doing this, start doing this. This is our goal. This is going to get us to where we are. We got to go by this time. We want to be doing X, Y, and Z, and this is what we're doing to accomplish it. Today we're doing this. We've succeeded in this goal. Next week we've succeeded in this goal. We're closer and closer. After about 5 years, boom, here's our largest structure that we have. We bought this office building. You can now come in and conduct and lease these spaces and start.
Mhm.
None of that's going on.
Right, because it's a lot of beef, and most of the beef is dealing with money issues and things like that. Now, I would say this also. At one point in time, I was into the Hebrew Israelite organization. But I was like what they call non-Messianic Hebrew Israelite, meaning that the Hebrew Israelite camp that I was with, they did not believe in the concept of Jesus Christ. Okay, they didn't believe in that. So they believe in the first 5 book of Moses, the Torah, the Tanakh. Okay. So yeah, I was in that school, but the difference with them is they weren't like the ones on the street corner, the ones that be hollering, yelling, and cussing at people. Yeah, they was nothing like those individuals. Okay? They was very African centered. They were very African centered. I give them that. But it just, I could not go along with the Sabbath, and I had some questions about the Bible and things of that nature. Right. So yeah, so yeah, I had my experience with being in a Hebrew Israelite organization. I was with them for like 2 years.
Okay, what did you get from that? Did you feel like it benefited you in any shape, form, or fashion, or was it just, educational, basically? Was it just educational?
I mean, I got a chance to meet different people, and network with different people. Mm-hmm. It also teach about the importance of dietary laws, right? Because most of them were vegans. Okay, most of them were vegan, and there was some who consume meat and whatnot. And so yeah, and then plus it was pretty much like a journey for me to learn like different things, like a social experiment, if that's what you want to call it.
Right.
So, but I was always a person that liked to like look up different things and read on different organization or different topics or whatnot, and just learn for myself. And so I come across people that I know and that I was able to network with, or that was like-minded like myself, and I was able to learn a lot more things. So I figured, well, I really don't need this Hebrew Israelite organization at all, because I can go out and network. I can
do it myself, basically. Like what?
Right, I can do the research. You know what I'm saying? I can be able to inquire spirituality just by being able to just live and learn different things, and being able to understand that the power is in your mind, and not, that's where your power starts. So I said, let me just utilize that more often, instead of just being under organization, because what we see is just a lot of corruption going on, a lot of chaos, a lot of falling out. Then somebody leaving, then they create their own version of the organization. Then you got some members that's leaving this organization, start another one. So I was just like, I'm good.
That's why, and that's why the manosphere says we have no leader.
Right.
Like everybody's just doing their own thing. Everybody's just getting on here, going basically their own way. So we don't have a leader of the manosphere. Even though it appears that we have a leader of the manosphere, they have a leader of the manosphere. They don't, because you can see them as individuals. They might know each other, like the top manosphere YouTubers, they might know each other, right? Share subscribers and different things, but they don't consider themselves to have a leader. So everybody's just basically doing their own thing. They're not under anybody's specific directions. They're all talking about basically the same thing, but in different fashions. So I mean, what I know is that as Black people, we can't do it as individuals.
No, you can't. No.
It cannot be done as individuals, and that's what we're all doing. We're all being individuals, and
Right.
then women, Black women, can't get together and do it all by themselves either. We need the male aspect.
Exactly. And see, and this is where I want to come in when she said the community is consist of women. And that's not true, because you cannot, the community starts with a man and a woman.
That's right.
You cannot have a community without the man and the woman.
That's right.
Because that's where the procreation come in, right? That's where you build, and that's where you create.
Right. So she has a little bit of Black Widow mixed in with the hyenas. Like the Black Widows get pregnant and then kill the father, and then the hyenas throw the sons out. And then, you know, the I don't know, what did you say, the bonobos, their matriarchy or some crap. She just got so
the bonobos. Yeah.
She's mixing everything into one big pot of nasty stew. And they're eating it.
Because and see, here's the thing. When I was mentioning in the video, right? You have to listen to people closely. And see, people can get away with telling the truth to cover up their lies. That's called paltering, which is spelled Paltering. Paltering.
Okay.
So paltering is basically covering up the lies with the truth. So it make it seem like the person is telling 100% truth, but you don't know that only like maybe 55% of it is true, and the other 45% of it is a lie.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what she's doing.
Right, but people don't hear that when you listen to somebody like
because they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. Just like the church gives you a good time, knowing that you're only there for the donations, right? Because when you lose your job and it's time, and you ask the church to help you pay your rent, what do they tell you?
They ask you, are you a member?
Right. And then they have to see if they got it. Because if they pay your rent, then they're going to have to pay everybody who loses their job rent, and then they're going to go broke. So the money, the donation is not to give back to the people. The donation is to keep the lights on, pay the lease on the building, keep the gas on, the water on. You understand what I'm saying? It's not to help the community, to pay the pastor, pay the choir director. Right? Everybody's dipping into the collection plate. You know, they get in the back and you know, it's a scam. It's like it's all a scam. And Black people aren't going anywhere. We're going in a circle.
Exactly.
After you've been a part of a church for 5-10 years and they still in the same church, they haven't gotten an office building and started leasing out things and helping people get their own. What are we doing? We're listening to the same stuff year after year after year, and we aren't going anywhere. So I guess maybe we do have time for the separate women and men. Maybe we do got time for that because we're not doing anything else. I guess we're just staying busy. We're just staying busy. So do you think she's helping women and at the same time scamming them, or what do you think?
Maybe some women are being helped. I can't say that she's not benefiting them at all. Maybe because from what some have put into the comment section, that they feel like she's being helpful to them and they can learn something. And I'm not taking away that. If you find something beneficial to you, then that's fine.
Right.
But all I'm saying is that you cannot just get so caught up on just the rhetoric.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. You have to pay closely attention and have to find out what is the person's agenda.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at what is her agenda.
To get paid.
Yeah.
I believe now like I always say, and I will continue to say, I do think she's benefiting some women that have poor pussy management. Right? That's what I basically call it. Got poor, because you're grown women, right? They're in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. What do you care about what a man is doing anyway? You're grown. Your kids are grown. You're not having any more babies. So what are these men doing to you? And what have you been learning throughout the years about these men that you are just so stuck on this woman? And she is just helping you so much. Like, you not that old ass man. You got break his hip, put him in a wheelchair. What the fuck you mean? Like, what? Like, what is he really doing to you that is so distressing that at 50 years old, you need a 30-year-old woman to tell you anything? Like, that's my, I can see young girls, maybe younger than her, around the same age group as her, who, are not that well versed on the game. There's a lot of women who haven't dated so many men. There's a lot of women that haven't been out there. It's a lot of women that have been locked away by their spouses, boyfriends, or whatever. So yeah, I can understand that, right? However, the fact of the matter is that going to a woman as a woman may not be the best course to take, because you have these women that are just like men. Their behaviors are just like men. As example, Princella. Her behavior is just like a man.
Pretty much.
Right? Yeah. Remember, we had that discussion on the phone as how she dresses. She dresses like the common street thug. She wears the jeans and the t-shirt, the basketball shorts, the ball caps. Like, you acting like a tomboy, or you being a dyke, basically. How are you uplifting the community? What are you showing them that's different? Nothing.
Right, because you're not going to get anywhere with just talking down about the opposite sex. And I know that with a lot of YouTubers, when they deal with relationships, they talk so down about the opposite sex all day long. And it's like, well, what? Yeah, it's like, what is the practical solution? Because if you think your practical solution is telling women to stay away from men, don't deal with men, don't be having a relationship with them, and just focus on yourself, that's really not so much of a solution. Because a woman can focus on herself for so long, but eventually she's going to want to be in a relationship. Right?
Yep.
She's going to want to be in a relationship. She's going to want to start a family.
Right.
Okay? Now, the smartest thing to do is show women how to be mindful and be careful of what type of men they may encounter.
Right, so she's doing that, but then on the other hand, she's telling them not to be with men.
And you can't do that.
Right, you can't do that. Right, so you have to pick your poison.
Right, you can't tell women not to be in a relationship with men, because they're going to want to be with men regardless.
Right, so like you said, you're just supposed to teach them to be mindful of the type of men that's out there and how to look for red flags. And basically the same thing your mother told you. The first time he put his hands on you, you leave. The first time he cheats, you leave. Because obviously, if that's not what you want him to do, then that's not the man for you.
Right. Now, if you choose not to be with a man and you choose the same sex or be single, then that is your prerogative. You have a right to make that decision.
Right.
Right? But you cannot, and what I don't like is, like, for example, she said something about to be a heterosexual woman, you have to hate women. And men are supposed to be with men and women are supposed to be with women.
It just don't stop.
It doesn't stop.
With her bullshit.
Because that's not nature. Like, that's not how nature operates.
No, it's not. It's not
You know
how
what I'm saying?
nature operates.
You
And
know what I'm
just
saying?
because you're
Because
heterosexual, it means as a heterosexual woman, it means that you enjoy being sexual with a man.
exactly. That does not
But
mean that you hate women. You just don't have a sexual attraction to women.
right, when you're laying down, it is a man you want to lay down with. When you're
Exactly.
standing up, you can be friends with everybody, male and female. So her rhetoric is just foolery. Storm said it, foolery.
Yeah,
But you know what? Look at this right here. Look at this right here. So Storm said Princella is only doing this because of the phase she's in. That is basically what Jane Elliott was saying. She said, come back in about 50 more years and you won't feel the same. You will have changed. And that is true. We all go through phases in life. Sometimes we think we're in this phase and it's the end of the world and all men hate me or my kids hate me or everybody hates me. But then you go through that phase and you learn to see that no, it wasn't that. It was just this.
Right.
Right. And so you're like, damn, I was doing all that stuff back then. I was thinking about all these different things. I was saying this, I was doing that. And it was just a phase I was going through. We all go through phases.
Right.
But as a 50-year-old woman, like, how many more phases do you have to go through? What phases did you miss? What phases did you miss? Because we basically all go through the same phases, just like kids. They all go through the same phases. They all go through the same things on their road to growth and development.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They all want to touch the hot stove. They all want to play with plastic bags. Right? They all want to write on the walls. Right? They all want to throw rocks. They all want to ride bikes. It's phases of growth and development, but then there's supposed to come a time in your life where you're done with all that stuff and you found some type of inner peace. So it's like, what are you doing as a 50, 60-year-old woman that you have not found peace?
Well, they just haven't grew out their phase. Some people don't grow out their phase. Some people
they're retarded. They're stuck.
But then some people go through the process of what is called arrested development, where there's a cutoff stage at a certain point,
right?
Because they can't get past,
right?
They can't get past their trauma, or they can't get past doing childish things or whatever,
and they can't get out of their own repetitive behaviors.
Right, pretty much, yeah.
Right, and that's what Princella had. She had repetitive behaviors. Every man that she was with, she had some type of problem. Number one, because she was jumping from man to man. She never allowed herself time. You know why? Because she had needs. She needed resources, and she was using those men for their resources. And every single time she got caught up because she thought she could hang. Mm-hmm. And instead of her hanging, she was getting gained.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Like what woman has a horrific story after horrific story after back to back to back to back to back?
Because at that point, you gotta start healing. And in my opinion, my humble opinion, I don't think that she has went through her process of healing.
No, she hasn't, because she hasn't taken accountability for her own actions. She's trying to blame the men. It's all their fault. She did absolutely nothing wrong. They were supposed to be the leaders, and she had no duty to do her own thinking. She had no duty to lead herself. All she had to do was make herself available to the men, and they were supposed to guide her in the right direction. Okay, in which life? Who does that? As a woman, as a vulnerable woman, who does that unless she's doing it with her husband or her father? And then when you become a grown thinking woman, having been in the military, you should have some damn common sense about yourself and about the things that you're doing at that point in time.
And then here's another thing: if you have people who have been in the military that suffer from PTSD,
Mm-hmm. But she ain't been to war. She
right?
hasn't even been overseas nowhere. she's in
But
the reserve.
there's no telling what you may encounter. You know what I'm saying? You may encounter something just because she may not be out there in the war.
Right, I
Right?
agree, boot camp. But I mean, what is it? Boot camp is 6 weeks?
Not just boot camp, but it does. You know what I'm saying? You never
Right.
know what
Okay,
other
you're
things
talking
that she
about
had
you're
encountered.
talking about things in the world. Yeah, of course she suffered post-traumatic stress disorder. From
Yeah.
12, from 26, from all the different. It's all in how you handle those situations, but then it's all in how you take an accountability.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have PTSD if you haven't taken accountability. Like, usually PTSD, it's a mental disorder,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So something had to have broken you down to the last compound in order for there to be triggers out there. So is she saying that she has been broken down to the last compound and she is incapable of taking accountability? Because we've all been through we all have our own horrific stories. But at
Right.
the end of the day, when we look at it and we look at what we did wrong versus what somebody else did wrong, and we accept that I fucked up, I shouldn't even done that, I did, right? That's taking accountability, right? And not putting it all on somebody else. That allows you to address it and heal, and then say, I'm not doing that shit no more.
Right. And the problem is she just haven't given herself a time to actually heal.
Because she's
That's,
immature at 30, 37 years old. What are you doing? And you have a daughter. What are you doing? What are you doing?
right. You gotta,
She thinks money is going to make her happy. And it's not.
You're right. It's not.
Because after you've bought all the hats and all the basketball shorts and all the shoes and all the watches and all the sunglasses and all the different meals,
And I agree with Storm. She said you are taught accountability. I agree. You gotta be taught accountability.
You do.
Yeah. So.
And this is also true. This is also true according to what we hear come out of her mouth. She was never loved or nurtured.
Right.
Not making excuses, but it's the truth. Hurt people, and that's I agree 100%.
Right.
I agree 100% because when you have nothing but bad things to say about men, I mean, you have never had anybody treat you like you were something. Like we had that conversation on the phone. I done had my toes licked. You know what I'm saying? I done had shit bought for me. I done been taking places. Right? I've been gifted. I've been loved and hugged and helped and all by men. You can't get a woman to do shit for you to save your damn life. Right? So the majority of my help has come from men. Right? All my relationships haven't been, spectacular and different things of that nature, but you have to learn how to cut them off early or not even get into them. Right? You can't go out there just trusting every man because you think you're one of the guys. And this is what she thought. Or this is what she thinks. She thinks she's one of the guys. So she thinks she knows them so well that she lets her guard down. And then when they rook her over, it's their fault. Right?
Yeah, that's why you just have to be very careful. You have to be careful who you allow in your life and who you give your trust to.
Right.
You never know, they can betray you.
Now, Subo, if that is true, why did she get married? Let me tell you why she got married. She got married because remember I did the timeline, right? In 2017, she was dating she was dating the trucker, the girl's husband, the trucker, right? And she got busted. So she met her husband, and then she married him and got pregnant, or got pregnant and then married him. He was a resource for her. He was a resource. Because then if you listen to her talk about her husband, she did everything. She cooked, she cleaned, she felt like a slave, a chef, a prostitute, all those different things. She couldn't go anywhere, she couldn't do anything. They argued. Remember when she was 7 months pregnant, she ran out of town with the guy and his girlfriend and got stranded, right? She is the very user that she claims men to be. Because if she acts like a man, then she behaves like a man. So if men are resource grabbers and hoarders, and she identifies with men, what does that make her? A resource hoarder. She got married probably because she needed a place to stay. At that time, he benefited her. She was able to stay home. He worked delivering oil or whatever in the oil industry. He took care of her, paid the bills. She didn't have to work. He was a resource for her. And then probably when she popped that baby out and was able to go off and do her own thing, maybe she started truck driving again, got out from under him, got her own funds and finances, filed for divorce, and she didn't need him anymore. Basically what men do when they're using a woman until they get on their feet. So, I mean, that was easy to answer.
So, okay, I'm looking at the comment that produced by Incarnate put, being on the bottom gives Black women more resilient power and freedom. Why? Because Black women are not underneath a male of power at all. Your men are not legislators, CEOs, or boy clubs. All right, so I understand where this person is coming from. And I'm going to say this because Princella said something into the effects about how white women uphold patriarchy or something, and their men are policemen and CEOs and all, and the Black woman, she was fighting with a disenfranchised nigger male.
I'm not complaining with you.
So now this is what makes me wonder.
We with the nigger male. We the nigger female. What does she mean? Oh my God, I can't stand her. Go ahead.
So this is what I don't understand. So how is it that she blamed Black women for upholding patriarchy, white patriarchy? I could be wrong, but I could sworn I heard her say that Black women, it's Black women's fault for keeping up with white patriarchy or upholding it or something. So, I mean, the thing is, I'm just trying to figure out, is it upholding patriarchy, or is it bringing some type of addressing the issue of oppression? I'm just trying to figure out, because I don't understand where she's coming from. Like Princella, I don't understand Princella's view on it.
What Princella is saying is that white women are upholding patriarchy, and Black women are not fighting with white women to bring down patriarchy because we're too busy fighting with the Negro male on Black issues, on issues of oppression and racism. So it's not a Black fight. It's supposed to be a woman fight to tear down patriarchy. I don't know about you, but I'm not hopping down those sewers. So they can have the patriarchy. I'm not getting on no roof. I'm not re-roofing shit. Right. I'm not nailing nothing. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not getting on no roof while I'm on my cycle. I'm not hopping in no sewer while I'm on my cycle. I don't give a damn if they made tampons. I don't give a damn if they got that pill where you only have 3 periods a month. I'm not doing none of that shit. I need men. Okay,
Right.
I'm getting older.
Right.
Okay, I'm not.
Now,
No.
it's one thing to fight against oppression when it comes to how women are being treated in, in certain cases. I get that. I'm for that. But when you're trying to say, well, let's just not focus on the racism and the oppression that has caused black people. Let's just simply just focus on sexism and forget about racism. And it just makes me upset because she tries to downplay racism.
Let me tell you what will happen. I'm just gonna tell you guys what will happen. If excuse me, if black women took on the battle with white women against white men, who you think white men gonna sock? Them or us? What? Who do you think white men gonna beat down? His woman or us that's upholding his woman?
Us?
He gonna beat the shit out of us.
Yeah.
Right? If we gonna be the table that the white women are standing on to reach the white man to hit him, he gonna kick the table from under her so she can't reach him.
Right.
And all we will be is the table.
And I remember the question that was asked on Real Life Production, her interview. And the question was, do you think that what did the gentleman say? Oh, do you believe that white women and black women are equal? And she said something about, she said, no, we're not equal, because the white man is on top of the white woman, the white woman is on top of the black man, and the black woman is at the very bottom. So therefore, the white woman and the black woman cannot be equal to each other because the white woman is on top of the black man. So,
well, what does that have to do with women versus men? You see how she mixes it up? So if we are all women, why aren't we equal to black women? What makes us not equal to them? Oh, but because of racism.
Right.
So what's her argument? You see how she got her argument mixed up in there? One minute she wants to revert to racism, then the next minute she wants to revert to patriarchy, and then with the patriarchal order of things, the totem pole order of things. So which one do you want it to be? You can't have both.
And here's the thing. When it comes to white women and their men, they not gonna give their man up.
Hell no, because if they give their man up, they're gonna give those luxuries up too as well.
Right, exactly, because they got that privilege.
Right.
They're not gonna give their privilege up to just be with black women totally, or any other group of women, fight against oppression. They're not gonna do that, because if they did, they would have done that a long time ago.
Man, Tiffany, if our men were on top and ran this government, ran the United States of America, provided us with everything that we need, we were able to slide in job positions like them. We were able to call the cops on them because some white man looked at us. Do you think we would really? Do you think we would give that up? Oh no. We want to have them have as much privilege as we have. We're gonna take down the black. We wouldn't do that.
No.
We wouldn't do that. So why would we expect white women to do it?
No, and then people gotta understand about feminism, right? White women, they were focusing on themselves first before they was focusing on black women.
They never had a focus on black women.
Right. So black women were pretty much used in the feminist organization. Now, it's not to say that it didn't give us opportunity to get jobs and things like that, because we were able to get jobs. Now, with the EEOC, which is Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the whole thing about discriminating against gender and sex, etc., that was that part came from the feminist movement. Right. So I can say there is some benefits to it, but overall, in general, it benefited white women more than it benefited black women, because it gave white women more privilege and more power to seek.
Right. And then of course
and they was able to gain more wealth.
They had to throw us a bone because if they needed us to help them fight in the future.
Right.
We can say, oh, well, we did benefit from feminism as well. So I guess no, we're still not benefiting the same as them.
No.
Even though we put ourselves out there the same as them. However, when you take into consideration that we came here as slaves, not being able to own property, not being able to govern ourselves, not being able to even legally marry, you have to ask yourself a question like, what is the real benefit that we're getting? Right? Because we had our own separate fight for these things. And just like Jane Elliott said, when you guys were fighting, when Martin Luther King and them were fighting for your rights, racism could have been ended if white women would have joined in.
Right.
But did they join in? No, because that would have froze their privilege.
Exactly.
Now we'd have to be on equal footing. We'd have to be on equal grounds.
Right.
Her man would be competing against our men in these top positions, in these corporation positions, in the product making and delivering and selling. They would be consumers on the same level as we are consumers. Right? We're the only ones that are caught up in materialism. The white man, he put on some jeans, a t-shirt, and some damn New Balances, and he's fine.
And also, I want to say this for the record. There was black women that was not just fighting against the system to stop the stop the oppression of black men, right? But also there was women who was fighting for education in our community. There was women who were fighting for housing, like public housing. You know, it was a big thing.
Right.
So they was fighting against.
We were redlined.
Exactly, they was fighting against the unsanitary condition that many of our people was living during the time period.
Or school materials.
Exactly.
They would purposefully write in the books because they knew they were going to be delivered to us. They would purposely destroy the books, write in them, tear the pages out.
Exactly.
All that. Oh, we know. We know.
Exactly. So, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, black women have really fought for a lot of things, but it's go unrecognized. But because we stand alongside of the black male, right? And we're trying to fight against the oppression, against the system. Now it becomes a problem. It becomes it is looked at as, oh, you're just basically putting the man before you and you making yourself less significant or whatnot. And it's not about making ourselves less significant. If people really study the history of how many freedom fighters that was out there fighting against all the different things and all the various form of oppression that was going on with us as black people and the discrimination that we had to deal with, then they wouldn't be getting so caught up on the rhetoric of the male versus female thing, right?
Right. But see, we're not only, it's no longer just a fight between black people and white people.
It's
we
fight
are
classes
against all these different races. They're all oppressing us.
Exactly.
Right? Because when you look out into the world, as she likes to say, what do you see? You see everybody having businesses and owning homes in the majority except us.
Right.
So it's not just a black and white fight anymore. It's a fight. Everybody's standing on top of our heads. Everybody is standing on top of our heads. So for her to turn it into a woman thing, how is that going to benefit us? How? Because Afghanistan's not going to change their policies on women. China's not going to change their policies on women. Africa's not going to change their policies on women. India's not going to change their policy on women. So actually, even if things did change within the United States, they're still going to be rearing and raising girls in their own societies to follow their societal rules and norms and cultural values.
Right.
Right? So I don't get it. So what makes her think that she's going to save the world by having men versus women?
You're not. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, what she dealing with is idealism. Okay? There's going to be lack of pragmatism. And the only way for that pragmatism to happen is if she has her own organization, a cult following. That's the only way it's going to really happen. But other than that, outside of that, it's all idealism.
Right. It's her idealistic perfect world where there's only women. That's screwing.
And that's not how the world works.
It's not how the world has never worked like that.
Right. And then the part that killed me when she said nature has no value in men.
Oh Lord, that one she kills me with that one.
Oh, somebody said they want to join in the chat.
Who is that? Let me see.
Purdue by Incarnate.
Oh, okay. Here, let me put the link up and see what he got to say. I know he about to come on here and let me put the link up.
But yeah, she say nature has no value in men.
That's a bunch of bullcrap.
It doesn't make any sense because that's not how nature works. If nature don't have a value in men, then nature won't value women either.
That's right.
Because we live vicariously through nature.
Right. We both have our values. We both have values.
Right.
We don't exist on our own.
Exactly. So we live through nature, and nature owes us no explanation. That's the thing. So it doesn't make sense. And then she said, well, the world has been overly populated and there's too many humans. Well, what's the ratio? How many people is supposed to be on the planet? How many men are supposed to be?
She's crazy.
How many women are supposed to be existing?
She's crazy. So he said he wanted me to chime in on his 3 posts. So boy moms have to be dealt with the same caution as males because their ego is wrapped up in their sons. It's boy moms who help their sons do wicked stuff. It's boy moms rallying for their guilty. She's an idiot. That's if the mother has no morals and values, and that's if the mother needs resources herself, right? Because we know women will have their kids out there stealing shit. They will have their kids out there robbing people's houses. So yes,
right. Well, find other folks.
And it's not just boy moms. It is those boy moms who don't have themselves together. It's those boy moms who thought that it was okay to live a life of crime and have their sons live a life of crime. It's those boy moms who are drug dealers, who sell drugs and who do all the wicked things of the earth. Of course, that's what the family does. That's what the sons are going to do until the sons are able to make their own decisions and go their own ways.
Right. And then somewhere it says, where it says convicted felon sons, boy moms have Y chromosomal DNA all over her brain, and most boy moms think their sons can do no wrong. I'm sorry, but I'm just as leery of boy moms as I am of males themselves.
Well, that's her opinion. That's her opinion. Right? We really can't do anything about that. She's not a boy mom, so she can't speak on boy moms.
Okay, and then under here it says, until the boy mom proves she has not formed some Oedipus complex. What is that?
Until the boy mom proves she has not formed some Oedipus complex.
Oh, Oedipus.
on the side of caution because the evidence of boy mom behavior is too abundant.
So what is an Oedipus complex?
Let's look it up.
Yeah. That's my
Okay.
first time ever hearing about that.
I've heard it, but I can't give you the definition of it off the top of my head. The Oedipus complex is a psychoanalytic theory that refers to a child's desire for sexual involvement with the opposite sex parent. The concept was first proposed by Sigmund Freud in 1899 and refers to a male child's attraction to their parent of the opposite sex, mother, and jealousy of their parent of the same sex, father. The complex is an ostensibly universal phase in the life of a young boy in which, to try to immediately satisfy basic desires, he unconsciously wishes to have sex with his mother and disdain his father for having sex and being satisfied before him. That you can say the same thing about the daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Daughters fall in love with their fathers all the time. Daughters get jealous of their mothers all the time. Daughters break up families all the time. Right? Daddy. You know, some of those girl daughters hate the mother because she gets to lay with the father in a way that she doesn't. We can say the same thing about girl moms.
So okay, so was she trying to say that women try to make their son their husband
No,
or something?
he said, okay, so then he says, until the boy mom proves she has not formed some Oedipus complex, meaning she has not formed some sexual bond with her son, I will err on the side of caution because the evidence of boy mom behavior is too abundant. That's a nasty ass bitch. Okay? That's a nasty ass bitch.
I mean, it's one thing to say that
that's a incestuous pedophilious woman because your
one
son
thing
will
okay,
always be younger than you. Your son will always be underaged when it comes to his mother. You nasty bitch. She gonna make me get out of character on this live right now.
it's one thing to say that mothers should not be spoiling their son so much and or keeping their son away from their fathers. I if she would have said that, then I would have understand her argument because you know the boys need to be around their dad so they can learn about manhood or whatnot. But when you go to the extreme to make it seem like
women just have some sexual desires for their sons, all boys fall in love with their moms, but you set them straight. All girls fall in love with their fathers, but the father is supposed to set them straight.
right.
You're supposed to let them know that there's a boundary there. There's a line here that we don't cross. But then as a competent parent, you develop that line from the womb. Right? You don't wait till they start feeling those because you can tell as a mother if your son is physically attracted to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you have to make that correction. You can I don't know what kind of bull crap she going through. Oh, maybe that's what's wrong. My screen keeps freezing.
I don't know either. Wow, that I mean that's just crazy. Well, you discriminate against.
She's an idiot. She's an idiot.
So I guess you're gonna feel that way about all mothers who have sons, right?
Yeah, I just have to take off.
If there's women who have all boys, you gonna is that gonna be the same argument for a woman who have all boys, or every woman that has like male children? That's gonna be the same argument.
Yeah. She's severely hurt. She's severely hurt. That is a severely hurt woman. She's crazy.
I don't know. Wow.
She is crazy.
Well, I don't even. I don't know. I don't know what to make out of it. That's just.
Yeah, that's but remember, This research is based on white people. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't got shit to do with black folks. I'm sorry. That ain't got shit that don't have nothing to do with black folks. All their research is let me take this virtual background off because I think that's what's messing with my my screen. Um that's white folks research. That ain't got nothing to do with black folks. They don't include black folks in their research. Sorry, Charlie. So, do you think she's running a cult?
At this point, I believe so.
Mm-hmm.
If not, then it sounds like she's running the pimp game. Because remember she mentioned that she read Iceberg Slim and what's the other guy named Pimpin' Ken?
Yep.
Yeah, and I think he wrote a book called Pimpology.
Mm-hmm.
And Iceberg Slim wrote a book, and if you notice, she seems to have admiration for both of them.
She does, because she learned the pimp game, and she learned how to game women. She learned how to get in their minds. She learned how to separate women from their men. Right?
I mean, it's just a ball of confusion. This is why you have to ask questions.
It is.
This is why it's important to ask questions. Mm-hmm. There's as a matter of fact, I have a book right here, right? This book is called Mind Control by Dr. Ha Long.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And in this book, it talks about how to prevent yourself from being brainwashed.
Don't listen to the fucking shit. No,
first, never stop asking questions. Never bite your tongue. Second, never just go along to get along. Never let them talk you into just pretending. Never convince yourself it can't hurt to just go to one meeting, to just listen to what they have to say, to just play along for a while.
Yeah.
And then he also mentioned the third one: get a real identity, not a half-ass identity that depends on external, on how many body piercing you have, the size of the Bible tucked under your arm, that funny robe or hat you're required to wear, how long your beard is, that foreign language you speak more fluently than your native tongue. Mm-hmm. And it says, remember, all true power comes from within. So the key of not being so brainwashed is to start asking questions. Start thinking critically. Start analyzing behaviors.
Yep.
Because if you don't, then you can fall into a trap.
I'm not going to play with Trey. I'm not going to play with him at all. He said Princella the Queen needs an extra, extra, extra large crown with a head like that. I'm not about to play with you.
Wow. And then also, hold on. Also in this book it mentioned cults know the more sheep in their flocks, the more legitimacy they'll have as a recognized religion.
That's right. The more people she have following her, the more believable she is. Well, she's saving people's lives. Well, what about all the people who say that she's saving their lives? I say they got poor pussy management. Basically. Especially at 50, 60 years old, you need a young buck to tell you about a man, and you've been fucking them for the last 40 years if you 50.
It's like the thing she say is just so contradicting to the point that it's confusing. And you would think a person with good sense, right, would be able to point it out, right, and call it out for what it is.
Right.
But this is the thing. This is how and I'm not, again, Princella is very intelligent. Don't get me wrong. She's a very smart girl. She's smart.
Scammers usually are.
She's smart. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to take away that. And she's very clever. She knows how to manipulate her words. She knows how to come up with different narratives. She knows how to frame things.
Right.
She's very intelligent. I would give her that.
And it's a shame. It's a shame because what it says is that she's lost faith in the Black community. So
She has.
she's decided to go off on her own. She said, "Fuck it. Let me if the black community is wash, so let me just go out here on my own and get this money." I guess that's what black people usually say. Like, fuck it, we losing. We're gonna lose. We not gonna win. We stupid. We can't get together. You know, we believe all this propaganda. We ain't been nowhere.
And
Look
that's
at
her
all these
attitude.
people.
That's the
And
attitude.
I'm gonna just get this money. Fuck these bitches. Fuck these niggas. I'm gonna just get this money, and
That
I'm gonna
might
just
well
go
be the
ahead
attitude.
and buy my shit, pay my rent, and fucking just do it like that.
Yeah. That's the attitude. And here's the book right here, the 41
Right.
Shade of Men.
Right. So she just said, I'm gonna just go out here and I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna pimp the game.
Wait a minute. Hold on. And then wait a minute. This is what she wrote this in her book. She said women do not get violent or aggressive due to loneliness. Yet males continue to project their own fears and anxiety of loneliness onto women who are quite content with being alone among their social group.
Well, the thing of it is that women are liars. First of all, first and foremost, women are the biggest liars on earth. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you really can't believe shit that a lot of women say out of their mouths. Let me pull up this article. Let me pull up this article real quick. Let me pull up this article because she's like, let me pull up this article that I have that's been sitting here for days. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And shock value warning. This says the New York Post. I'm gonna make it big. I'm gonna enlarge it so that we can see it. Everybody can see it. No, I'm not signing up. Thank you very much. Come on. Okay,
Wait a minute.
let
Now,
me
wait.
let me
So
do
somebody
this.
put in the comment that this is what one of her followers said. I agree. If you know, you know. So around an hour and 42 minutes, Princella, I'm not letting any boy moms in my community. Well, that escalated quickly. Tell us how you really feel about us. I'm used to being the black sheep. What the? Wait a minute. She said she not letting no boy. Hmm. This woman said she not letting no boy moms in her community.
Fuck her community.
Oh,
The fuck?
wow.
You gonna
And you call that a queen maker? Wait a minute, you call that a queen maker?
The only time that will ever matter to me, bitch, is if you was designated to pay my motherfucking rent.
Wait a minute, and you call that a queen maker? That's supposed to be a queen maker.
She ain't no damn queen maker. She's a damn fool.
So you allow the girl moms to be around, but the boy moms got to go elsewhere. I don't know.
Okay, so if you guys can see, this was the New York Post, August 30th, 2023. Author uncovers surprising secrets of female sexuality, including monogamy and fantasies, right? So it says it's everything you wanted to know about sex but didn't know to ask. In the new book, What Do Women Want? Adventurers in the Science of Female Desire, Echo, author Daniel Bergner upends long-standing myths about women and sex. Everything from the nature of attraction and pursuit to the prevalence of taboo fantasies to monogamy itself. Women are supposed to be the standards, more natural allies, caretakers, defenders. Bergner writes, they're sexual beings more suited biologically to faithfulness, right? The long-standing thinking holds that men are more promiscuous by nature because they're biologically programmed to spread their seed, while the risks of pregnancy and child rearing cause women to be more selective. We hold tight to the fairy tale, he writes. We hold on with the help of evolutionary psychology, a discipline whose central sexual theory comparing women and men, a theory that is thinly supported, permeates our consciousness and calms our fears, right? Oh my God, we're so glad women are monogamous and men are just brutes. It's telling that in our post 50 Shades of Grey era, some of these findings surprised even the field's leading researchers. Here are some of the most unexpected ones. Domination. The results of 10 separate studies so rattled sexologist Marta Miana that she was initially hesitant to talk about them. Between 30 and 60% of women reported frequently having what's been termed rape fantasies. And many of the women who described their own daydreams were also disturbed. If I truly believed in women's equality with men, said one, then I'd have to have sex and imagine sex that reflected that. No domination, no rape fantasies. One result was that I married a nice liberal man who shared my convictions on how sex should be. 7 years later, we were divorced. Most experts believe that the number of women who have so-called rape fantasies is actually much higher. But the notion and nomenclature is so taboo, few are willing to admit to it. One theory holds that the fantasies actually dial into female narcissism. The notion that one is so unbelievably desirable that a man, whether a professor or a family friend or stranger, is so overcome with longing that he loses control. After Miana's findings were reported in a magazine, she was deluged with emails from women, some accusing her of promoting and excusing rape, others expressing gratitude for finally breaking the discussion open. She was booked on Oprah and was relieved to see a wholesome middle-aged woman talking about her own version of the fantasy. Right? There were lots of messages from high-powered women thanking me for allowing a discussion of elements of sexuality that don't fall neatly into an ideological box. Miana says in the book, one woman in the art world in New York told me, I could not say what you said without feeling shamed, as though my eroticism made me a willing participant in a patriarchal system. Another subject called Nulu talks about her own submission fantasy, being pulled into a room and pinned against a wall by an unknown man while he has his way with her. Yet when she found herself in reality, summoned to a bathroom by a good-looking stranger who then locked the door and became aggressive, she panicked and fled. This was not what she actually wanted. In her fantasies, she was in control, and that is the point experts, for obvious reasons, stress most, right? It's the point that she couldn't be in control because in her fantasies, she's in control, but in real life, she's not. I hate the term rape fantasies, Miana says in the book. In fantasy, we control the stimuli. In rape, we have no control. They're really fantasies of submission, right? Desire. It's long been believed that women need to feel emotionally connected in order to feel attracted, to want sex. But a recent study by sexologist Meredith Shivers shows that when it comes to desire, women are as visually stimulated and more easily turned on than men. A group of straight women were hooked up to a device that measures genital blood flow and listened to a series of tapes in which pornographic scenarios were described. Couplings between men and women, women and women, strangers. The subjects reported feeling most aroused by sex between people in long term relationships, but the machines reported the opposite. Blood pulsed faster during sex between strangers. Y'all nasty bitches. These findings tracked with another study in which women watched both gay and straight porn and were aroused by every conceivable scenario. While straight men were aroused only by women, gay men only by men. Shivers theorizes that the gap between what women self report and what actually happens to them physiologically is a byproduct of socialization. That women don't feel as much permission to be as open as men do. Her colleague Terry Fisher at Ohio State agrees. Being a human who is sexual, who is allowed to be sexual, is a freedom accorded by society much more readily to males than to females, she says in this book. That's why I say, don't listen to these fucking lying ass bitches, right? Oh my God, all the men, they're going to do this, they're going to do that. You want them to do it, bitch. Shut up. If you tell the truth, right? These pursuit. The study of sexual aggression in female rats and monkeys, since she likes to talk about animals, the study of sexual aggression in female rats and monkeys is relatively new. Up until about 40 years ago, scientists only focused on how they perform during sex. Mating rituals in both species, it turns out, show that females are far more aggressive in the pursuit of males than had ever been suspected. A landmark study by Martha McClintock reported not just rat flirtation, female rats engaged in a sort of coy physical approach to males, moving closer and pulling away over and over. But when faced with an indifferent male, do not give up. One female rat in McClintock's study actually climbed a disinterested male and began pounding away from behind. and when the females succeed, they make sure to constantly push away the male during sex in order to keep it going longer. Female monkeys are equally tenacious, Bergner writes about Deidre, a monkey who lives among a studied community at Emory University. Deidre is described as a dignified young mother devoted to her babies. But whenever she is in the vicinity of a male named Oppenheimer, she becomes monomaniacally focused on him. Right? She, fuck these kids. I want some dick. Her face goes red. She chases him. She pats his chest repeatedly, which is the height of sexual aggression, until finally he has sex with her. Kim Wallen, the neuroendocrinologist leading the study, believes scientists overlooked female aggression because when they observed sex itself, the females always seemed more passive. When you look at the sexual interaction, it's easy to see what the male is doing. He's thrusting, Wallen says. It takes really focusing on the entire interaction to see all that the female is doing. And once you truly see it, you could never overlook it again, right? Monogamy. Here too, conventional wisdom has long held that women value monogamy more than men for reasons both practical, such as child rearing, and emotional. Yet recent studies indicate that women have as complicated a relationship with monogamy as men do. In the study of rats, for example, Females who have just copulated start running around in search of other males to have sex with. You dirty whore rats. No, let me stop. The theory is that they're hunting for the best sperm. In monkeys, the same behavior is prevalent, and scientists believe that it's a form of protection. Some male monkeys commit infanticide if a baby gets in the way of sex, but only if it's not their baby. Keeping the paternity a mystery means the baby monkeys have a better chance of survival. Versions of this play out in spiders, dogs, birds, right? The research into human relationships is fairly new, but one study of long term couples showed that for women, lust dissipated faster than it did for men, and that when the men tried to be more domestic and considerate, it only turned the woman off further. A leading researcher believes a key component of lust is distance and difficulty. The tension of not quite knowing whether this new person wants to sleep with you. Living together for years blunts all of that. Scientists also believe women may be built for more sex with more partners. The penis has half the nerve endings of the clitoris, and the ability of women to have multiple orgasms may be nature's way of encouraging her to seek out more and better sperm. In light of this, Kim Wallen, the scientist who works with the monkey Deidre, thinks that we may need to reevaluate what women want. The idea that monogamy serves the natural sexuality of women, he says, may not be accurate. The hunt for a female equivalent of Viagra is about 15 years old, and the problem is twofold. There is, of course, the nature of female sexuality, which is far more complicated than it is for men. But there is also a cultural stigma that makes some psychiatrists nervous, and there have been coordinated campaigns, one led by a professor at NYU named Lenore Tiefer, to squelch research and development. The argument: it would endanger women emotionally, turn them into base, lust driven creatures, and physically. As one female clinician says to Bergner, there are already enough date rape drugs around. Far more sexologists and researchers believe that it's just a matter of time and that there are only upsides to a drug that enhances libido and pleasure for women. Oh shit, they about to come out with a damn Viagra pill for women. The world is over. And there are only upsides to a drug that enhances libido and pleasure for women, not the least of which could be increased by intimacy with their partners, which could actually have the effect of reinforcing rather than undermining monogamy. Yet so much research into sexual lives of women is vastly underfunded, in part because it remains such a taboo. Not much progress has been made since the days of Kinsey and the Height report. And as Bergner points out, how much sense does it make to only understand one half of the equation? Eros lies at the heart of who we are as human beings, Bergner writes, yet we shun the study of our essential core. Shun it perhaps most of all where it is least understood in women. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So all this bullshit about they're all gonna rape you and they're all, sex addicts and resource hoarders. No, they just have yet to study women like they study men. It is a one-sided equation that's going on. Men are taking the butt and the brunt of every single research there is because they're stronger than we are. But actually, like I said, women show aggression in different forms, right?
Right.
calling you out your name, because hitting a man will pretty much do nothing. They're going to eat that, like a cornflake.
Right. Now, if you throw objects at a man, they'll do
Right.
something.
And attack his ego, tell him he got a little dick, he ugly, he broke, he stupid, he's skinny, he's short, right? And we abuse mentally while men abuse physically, but which one hurts more? The mental.
Yeah.
Because you can break somebody down. You can make them have a nervous breakdown by mentally abusing them. So yeah,
Well,
all
that's
this
where it starts off as a psychological thing 1st before it becomes physical.
Yep. Most definitely. So Tiffany, this is the last question. What are your thoughts about men? What do you think about men? Like, what is your actual opinion about men? How do you see men?
Well, men are human.
Mm-hmm.
And humans are going to have flaws. Right? We all carry flaws.
Right.
That's why it's important to be mindful of the people that you have around you.
Right.
It's certain men that you are involved with, or you have a woman have a relationship with. We must be mindful that we must be careful, because if we know a man's nature, right, and we know that how he can act, we have to be careful and analyze him before we try to jump into the relationship, or just be so quick to bring him around our children. Now that's another thing I'm big on that concept about, you just can't bring random people around your kids, especially random men, because you don't know what going through their mind.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, men are human and they carry flaws. You know what I'm saying? They have many flaws. And so should we acknowledge those flaws? Yes. And should we be careful? Yes. And should we know about the things that we have experienced as women, as far as oppression has been done by men? Absolutely. We should know that. You know what I'm saying? But we shouldn't go around here and make a generalization to where we discourage women or discourage one another from having a relationship.
Right.
And building some type of foundation, because you can't survive without the opposite sex. You're gonna need
some male interaction. And I think that
period. I mean, even if you claim as a woman you don't like men, you still gonna have to deal with men. You're gonna have to tolerate them.
Right.
Either way it goes.
Right, because you have to think of your father, you have to think of your brothers.
Exactly.
You have to think of the men in your family that have been good to you and that haven't done anything bad to you, and that wouldn't even think about it. I mean, what about the family members that have hit the block and beat some niggas' asses behind you?
There you go.
You supposed to throw them away? I don't think so, right? And I think, Princella's problem is that she sees herself as one of the guys. So she's looking for the men that she hangs around to see her as one of the guys, but they don't. They see her as a walking vagina no matter how she looks. So therefore, when she goes around these men, she's letting her guard down, thinking that they see her as a man. Oh, they don't want me anyway. Or they see me as one of the guys and I'm tomboyish. They see I sit with my legs open. They see I dress like a man. So, they don't want me sexually. Yes, they do.
Well, this is my thought. My thing is, she doesn't, in my opinion, she doesn't want to get rid of patriarchy. She wants to replace the man and put the woman as the figurehead of patriarchy.
Right.
That's what I believe.
Right. So she don't want patriarchy to stop. She don't want the rulage to stop. She don't
pretty much right. She just wants women to be in that position of power.
She don't, right, because you can see the way she talks to women. She talks to women as if she's a man. Bitches, hoes, stupid, dumbasses, all that kind of stuff. Right? So she behaves like a man. So why would she want to dismantle patriarchy and then have women being able to do whatever the hell it is they want to do? No, she wants to be control of women as a woman. And it's not going to happen. Because I'd be damned if I listen to a broad that got poor pussy management. If she got poor pussy management, how's she gonna tell me how to manage my shit? These men will tell you quickly, girl, take your ass home, sit down somewhere, put some clothes on. You look like a hoe. Take all that goddamn makeup off your face. They're gonna tell you the real, right? That means they have the ability to manage you, right? Get in here, these men, you know, they after you or whatever. Nah, that nigga just want to hit. No, stay away from him, right? If a woman doesn't know these things already in her head and she has to hear them from a man, that means she got poor pussy management, and you can't tell me shit. At the end of the day, you know, what are you really going to do for me? What are you really going to do for me with your face on patriarchy? Nothing.
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all. You just want to control me as a woman. I don't need you to control me as a woman. I don't need to be controlled by a man either. I need to have freedom, free choice, free reign over myself and my body. Right? I don't need you telling me what to do. Just like, give me a job. If anything, pay me. Fuck you, pay me. Okay. So anyway, Tiffany, I know you wasn't intending on staying here this long. If you gotta go,
I just want to recommend some books.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Audience, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
I always give reference. If you want to understand about humans' behavior, right, and human power and nature, I recommend these two books by this author.
Okay.
This one is The Law of Human Nature by Robert Greene. Right? And this is the 48 Laws of Power. Now, ironically, Princella always referenced this book.
And I'm going to tell you what you did. Law number 1 is never outshine the master. And that is what you were doing when you were in her chats. You were outshining her. This is why she did you the way she did. Because law number 1 is never outshine the master.
Hold on, you're right.
We went over that in one of my lives. That is the one I have never forgotten.
Right.
And then I didn't even realize that it was the first law. Never outshine the master.
Yeah, it is the first law.
Yeah, never out. So that's why she rides on people in her audience when they're trying to outshine her, when they're trying to tell her she's wrong, when they're trying to make her clarify herself. They're outshining her. She's not gonna let that happen.
Exactly. This is why people have to read this book thoroughly. Now, this book is kind of like you have to put it into practice.
You got to write those things down. You can't just read them. You have to write them down so that they become a part of memory and you comprehend them well.
Right, exactly. But before you do that, you have to be able to read and understand, like, what the book is talking about and what it means and stuff like that.
Have yourself a dictionary.
Right, exactly.
Have yourself a dictionary when you
read.
This
book is like dealing with the psychology. I mean, both of them are dealing with psychology, but this like gets into like what we call dark psychology, basically.
I've got some psychology books up there, but I don't really need it, right? I mean, and there are a lot of people that do need it, but I am a firm believer in that if you do right, you can never go wrong.
Right.
If you do right, you will always end out on top.
Right.
Right? So, I mean, we can read all the books we want to, but if you're
it's just a recommendation, so that way you'll know what, what you getting into,
but you know what?
Yeah.
Princella has taken those books and she has used them to manipulate people. Have you ever seen
this was my personal favorite, The Law of Human Nature.
Have you ever seen that movie? That Denzel Washington movie, when he was protecting that Bible. What is that freaking movie called?
The Bible.
I forget what that movie was called. But what ended up happening was, I don't know, something happened to the world, right? All the books were gone. The Bible was gone, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there was a man who knew that the Bible existed, and he found out that Denzel Washington had a copy of it, right? So he chased Denzel, people chase the book of Eli. He chased Denzel Washington all around the place, had people trying to steal this Bible from him, right? The reason he wanted the Bible was because he knew that he would be able to use it to manipulate people. He didn't want the Bible so that he could get it and bring people back to God and change the earth and help people turn into something good. He wanted it because he wanted to manipulate them with it. So what she has done is she's taken Pimpology, 48 Laws of Power, all these different books that she's read, and she has used them to manipulate people. She's not trying to make people good. She's using it to manipulate them to get their money. Right? So you can read all the books you want. What type of person are you on the inside? Are you a righteous person? Or are you an evil person?
Right. Right.
There's no in between. Either you're good or you're bad. Right. So people are using these books to manipulate people.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's why I recommend people, like, whatever books they use, I recommend people to read them to get the comprehension so they can really, see
what
exactly
somebody's trying to
everything
do.
that the book is really talking about.
Right. And then they can also learn other people's manipulation tactics.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's the whole thing. So yeah, I mean, I would say personally, those women would be better off reading The Laws of Human Nature by Robert Greene and the 48 Laws of Power, just reading it on their own as opposed to just going by the narrative of what Princella is saying.
And you know what I suggest they read first? Pimpin' Ken's Pimpology.
Yeah,
read that motherfucker first, because it's gonna show you how she pimping you. It's gonna tell you how she. And I know the pimp game, so I don't even need to read it. I know what the book is about. Right.
I never got a chance to read that book. I heard about it, but I never read it.
Girl, honey, man.
Well, I'm quite sure it's no different than the 48 Laws of Power and the Laws of Human Nature.
No, because you don't outshine your pimp either. He gonna slap the shit out of you. You make him look bad.
Yeah.
Basically, right? Basically. Yeah.
And Iceberg Slim,
and you know what? They actually have the 48 Laws of Power on YouTube where you can listen to it.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
So they have the audiobook on YouTube. You can listen to it. So yeah.
Yeah, it's there. You know what I mean? You just have to go back and read it for yourself, and then you have to really think about what somebody's doing. And like you said, people will take bits and pieces from a book just so they can use it to manipulate
and mix it with lies.
Like she always, and this is another thing she do. She always go to a reference. Well, not reference. She always give an example of the chess game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in the game of chess, the queen is the most powerful piece on the board.
Mm-hmm.
That's true, but that's false at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's true because the queen has more opportunity to move around at different angles. Right? It's not limited to her. Right. As opposed to all the other pieces, right? She has more leverage to move around. However, she has to be careful how she moves.
But do you know why? Do you know why the queen is the most important piece on the board?
Why? Because the whole objective is to protect the king.
The queen is the most important piece on the board because she is the one who bears the heir. Right? You take away the queen before she gives an heir. And the queen is from royalty. She ain't no bum bitch off the street. She is royalty. And usually the queen and the king are brother and sister. They're related because they can't marry anyone that's not of royalty. And that's how they keep it all in the family. The king and the queen are usually related. They don't want to let an outsider in. That's how they keep it amongst the family. And that's how they don't let the crowns go to anybody outside the family. Right? And so you take the queen, which is his fucking sister,
Mm.
Now he has to go outside of the family to get an heir and possibly get robbed of the crown.
Right. But see, the king can only move so many spaces though.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like he can't really go nowhere. The whole objective is he got to be careful of not getting checkmate.
Right.
So he's gonna need all the protection, and it's like the queen is the one that's protecting him for the most part because she put, like you said, she's bearing all the air. Basically, she put herself at risk.
Sister or cousin, yep, sister or cousin, family.
Yeah. She put herself at risk.
Right. So you gotta check the other king before he check you.
Exactly. Or checkmate.
We got two kings and two queens on the board.
Right.
Right.
Right. Right. And Antonio, right, yeah, the pawn can become a queen. That's correct. But the thing is, like, the queen won't be able to move until the pawn moves. Because the pawn gotta make that first move, right? You know what I'm saying? Now the only piece that can move over all the other pieces is the knight. Because the knight can just, hop over, right? Right. But outside that, all the other pieces gotta wait till the pawn moves.
Right. Because they're in front. They're on the front line.
Exactly. They're on the front line. So therefore, the queen gotta wait till the pawn move because the pawn gotta be able to move at an angle. And once it moves, then she has that leverage to be able to move it. Even when she does move around, she still has to be protected. You
gotta be careful. You gotta be
protected. She gotta still be careful, right? Because she might cross into the enemy territory.
So how does her logic make sense by getting rid of the men out of the community? It don't. Because the board is not full of women. The board, the queen is basically the only woman on the fuking board, and the rest
pretty much.
They're
pretty much, and then identically speaking, everything else is the male.
So why would she get rid of her husband? Why would she get rid of her sons? Why would she get rid even if you look at it as a kingdom with a king and a queen, why the fuck would the queen kill the king, get rid of all the knights, get rid of her son, and now she's unprotected with a bunch of bitches in dresses? that can't even wield the heavy fucking sword. What kind of fucking bullshit? When you think about it logically,
because who's gonna protect the women against the animals, like the wild animals?
Who's gonna protect the kingdom against the other men, the other kings that are coming in they want the land, they want the castle, they want to sit in his throne. Plus, they want to expand their territory.
And not to mention, they will capture the women because the women are also that will equal to nation building.
Right, and then
the more women that you get, the more
then they get all the money that's flowing through the land. All the money, all the food, all the everything. What the fuck is she?
Now, right, because now if she's saying that, now wait a minute, let's go back to one of her logic. If she said that men are conquerors and they very territorial and they violent by nature, right? If you know this, right, wouldn't it make sense that you have a man that could be able to protect you from those outsiders?
Yeah, but Princella gonna do it with her and her gun.
I mean, I advocate for women protecting themselves.
Listen,
I advocate for that.
If it's nothing but a bunch of women, okay, cool. We're gonna have to deal with it. But why would you get rid of your first line of defense?
Exactly, you can't. You can't. It's illogical. You cannot get rid of the first line of defense. You need that.
The men fight first, then the boys, then the women. Right? What is she?
You gonna need that. But then she said that in her ideal world it will be 80% women and 20% men.
She's dumb.
That's not how nature works. You know what I'm saying? Dumb. I mean, I understand that's what she said, but that's not how nature works. You know what I'm saying? So you don't get to tell the natural force or whatever the force may be, the creator that, hey,
So,
I just want boys or I just want girls, you're gonna get what's given to
so
you.
what is she gonna do when the women start having babies and they outdo the women, they outgrow the women?
Who?
Some women don't have girls. Some men shoot all boys.
Right, exactly.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. That's nature. That's a natural.
There's no guarantee that your little community is going to stay majority women and less men.
Exactly. Because that's not how nature works.
But she wants it to where they're listening to her patriarchal bullshit, and she gonna be throwing the sons out.
Yeah, but you can't do that. That's you, again. You can't control nature. You cannot really control nature.
She gonna kill all the male babies, pride by incarnate.
Right, you will. You gonna do what the men did to the girls during the ancient time period? They got rid of the female children because they wanted male children.
Let me tell you something, honey. Watch this. Watch this. You can't control women. Can't control them women. You could not control them women. I'm sorry. As a woman, no. What, you gonna have a woman army? It's still gonna be some type of patriarchy. It's gonna be a patriarchy with women's faces. She's been watching too much of The Woman King. and actually, The Woman King was not even the one in control. It was still run by a man. And then at the end of the day, they still needed the help of men in the movie.
Right, of course, exactly. And then you telling women that you don't need men around and men are not needed for this, that, and other. Well, then
she's crazy.
But then you try to say you're trying to make a man your slave. If I know a man's nature, right? If you tell me a man's nature is to be territorial, conquering, and he's violent and aggressive, what makes you think he'll be fit to be a slave?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Why would I try to make him my slave and to put myself at more risk?
Right. And then think about it. Do you want a whole bunch of men invading your little community of women? With your 20% men and your 80% women? She's stupid. You can kick her ass off of logic itself.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Wait. So you trying to tell me men that know how to build fucking tanks? Your little community gonna be protected by 20% men and 80% women? Shut up. These niggas know how to build tanks and bombs and missiles and shit, airplanes. They just land a helicopter right over your fucking fence, bitch. What is she talking about? You can't win. You cannot.
Because she's saying that the whole thing is women operate as egalitarian society.
So what's she gonna do? She gonna hypnotize the men not to come to and invade her community. What's she gonna do? Hypnotize all the rest of the men in the world? She's a fucking idiot.
I don't know. She's saying that women's supposed to be the ones that's running things, so it's supposed to operate as an egalitarian society.
Women are too emotional. They go through all types of shit before they cycle, while they on their cycle, and after they cycle, and all during a month.
Right.
They're jealous. They're catty. They're bratty. They it's not gonna work. You have to have. Why do you think there is a man? Because it balances out the woman.
And if there was women that was in position of leadership, I would say, in my opinion, maybe about 20% of women will make good leaders. If that
Yeah,
was going to be okay.
well, here, but and
I
that's
mean,
true.
only
That's
20%
true
in my
because
opinion. 20%.
if you think about it, these broads can't even run. They can't lead their own households. You need a 37-year-old as a 50, 60-year-old woman. You need a 37-year-old to tell you how to manage your shit. So you're supposed to be at 50 and 60. You're supposed to be the wise women of the community. And you mean to tell me y'all still dumb as fuck? No. No. At 37, she shouldn't even be opening her mouth. She should be listening to 89-year-old women like Jane Elliott tell her, honey, that's not the way you go. You're setting yourself up for failure. If you think that you can overtake a man, you're delusional. And you need to grow some more. Come back to me in about 10 more years and we'll see if you still feel the same way. But she don't even feel that way now. It's a gimmick. It's a gimmick. She knows the truth. She know the damn truth. She know women are not running men. Women are never going to run a man. On an individual basis, maybe you can punk your man around the house because he's lacking in resources. But soon as what happens when a man gets his own resources, he'd be like, bitch, you can hit the road, Jack, and don't come back no more. Now I'm going to get the woman I really want now that I'm on my feet. So he gonna bow down for a minute until he get his shit right. And then once he get his shit right, he gonna tell you to fuck yourself and leave. Basically.
Right.
Right? But it's and it's all according to how you treat him, whether he's gonna stay or not once he gets himself together. But usually these men, these women don't know how to treat a man. He gonna say,
he said plenty of women.
He said, wait until menopause hits. Oh my God, they're gonna be having hot flashes. Oh no, I can't do it. I'm getting a hot flash. Oh no.
Yeah, them hot flashes ain't no joke. I watched my mother go through it. Oh, she went through it so bad.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, she had went through it so bad. She was sweating like crazy. I'm like, what is wrong with you?
Hopefully, I'm waiting for menopause. I can't wait till she bring her ass on. Wish she would hurry up. Hopefully, she's not as bad as she is to other folks. Hopefully, she light on me.
Well, I know, but that's one of the signs of menopause. Sweat, excessive sweat. Yeah, women. Yeah, you're gonna sweat a lot. Now, but Antonio put plenty of women have leadership. As a black man, we all have mothers. I mean, your primary leader is your mother. At the end of the day, because she's with you majority of the time. So,
right. And of course, your mother, she's supposed to tell you what's right and what's wrong, right? Not all mothers are telling their sons to do wrong, right? But the fact of the matter is that they can go through their things. You can still give them good advice and guide them, but it's still going to be up to them to make the choice. Right? So I don't know what type of mothers she be around. But when you think about it, Black women, they have a habit of raising their sons to be tough for the streets. Right? Because they are failures and they can't take them out of that horrific environment. Right? So I can't get you out of here because I'm lacking in resources. I'm a dumbass. I didn't do shit with myself. Right? So you're going to have to toughen up for the streets. But it doesn't have to be that way if every mother took accountability for her son and raised him the right way. How do you think white men as children got along in the same community? It's because they were reared in the right way. So you can't miseducate and misraise a bunch of Black men and then expect them to go out in the public and be cordial with each other and to get along with each other. No. They out here fighting for resources. They out here fighting for food. They out here fighting for clothes.
Right.
Remember how they used to steal the bomber jackets, have niggas coming up out their tennis shoes? That is because they're lacking in resources. They mother couldn't afford to get it for them themselves.
Right.
They had to go out here and sell drugs, break into people's homes, break into people's cars, because their mothers didn't do what they were supposed to do. They always say, mama's baby, papa's maybe. So since you went out here and opened your legs and had these kids and didn't ensure that the father was going to stay, it is up to you. It is your responsibility. You can't holler, where's the man, where's the man, where's the man, because you opened your legs without having a marriage.
And then sometimes with marriage, we also know that, you know, it's not always guaranteed that the father's going to be there. But there's women that are still legally married to.
Let me tell you, the number one thing that runs a man away from the home is the wife.
Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, and I agree. But then, you know, there's other things that some men go through, or they don't tell their wives what's going on. They just up and disappear. So it don't always be the woman. Sometimes it be them.
You know why it's easy for a man to leave? Because there's always a woman there giving him a reason. Don't give him a reason. Shut up. Do what you're supposed to do. And then if he decides to leave, you know it's he just outgrew you, or it's no fault of your own. But the majority of the time, the woman runs the man out of the house with her behavior and her mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's also, we have no cultural values.
There you go. That's
right?
the key. That's the main thing. There's no cultural value.
Right. The Arab woman, you try to go over there and have her see if she can file for divorce. African men will kill themselves if the wife files for divorce. Divorce is shunned upon. But we're the only community that we get to do whatever we can do. Thank you, Sister George, even though you didn't make a comment. Thank you for that super chat. Even though I don't like super chats, you didn't have to do that. Maybe I'll put it towards that article. Okay, so I got $12 on it. I had to pay $37 to open that article, Princella did.
Wow.
Right. I did it. I love my audience. I did it. And, you know, we got to show them that she's full of shit and how she's manipulating the research material. But let me let you hear what she said. Let me let you hear what she said earlier in our podcast about these men. Let me let you hear what she said.
Who, Princella?
Yeah. Let me.
Okay.
When she was on Sanetta TV.
Oh, I want to hear this.
Oh yeah. Let me see. I gotta do like this. Oh, stop it. Okay, and then do like this, and hopefully it will. We're gonna hear it. This was her urgency, and yeah, girl, listen to this shit. Listen to it. Just listen. Oh my God.
I'll come and listen.
Let me back it up. Because she was on one. She sounded so good and she sounded so believable. And then, so I let them hear this first, right? And then I pulled the article up. And then after I did the full article, then I played it again. And she sounded so stupid. She sounded so stupid. Come on. Okay, here we go.
Stop asking me how I feel about the male's degenerate behavior. He's knocking up children. He's raping children. I just pulled up a research paper or a study from the Department of Criminal Justice that Black women in two-parent households are 1.75 times more likely than white women to experience child sexual abuse. These fathers are raping their own damn daughters. Stop asking me about anything about these dudes, because I am serious about what I'm doing. I am serious. Y'all on the internet playing. Y'all on the internet intellectually masturbating. I'm waking up women all around the world. Y'all can stop playing with me.
Oh, you want to respond?
So when I pulled up the article, the full article, not just the abstract, the article said the total opposite. It said in a 2-parent household, the risk of child sexual assault was decreased. Okay. So, I mean, everything that she said about that abstract that she read, when I read the full article, it disproved every point that she had. Even the 1.75, it decreased to 1.2. Because she didn't read the full, she didn't pay for the full article. You have to pay for it to get full access. And then the article that she addressed, guess how many women it used?
How many?
290. And guess it was more white women than it was black women in the study.
Well, you know, she's saying she don't go by racial narrative. She only going by women.
It doesn't matter. She can't use a research article and say she don't go by racial narratives. You have to go by what the study says. And then let me tell you what else the study said. The study also said that with stepfathers, it's not so much that having a stepfather, having a stepfather didn't increase the risk of child sexual assault. It said that with stepfathers, it is the men on his side that increases the risk because he's bringing other males into the family that have no relation to these children. And then it also said, but for the fact that black women, what do we do when we introduce men to our children, men and women? We say, this is your uncle.
Yeah, that's common. Yeah, very common. That's a very common
thing. Your auntie. And so when you're telling your child about stranger danger, right? You're telling your child about stranger danger, but then you introduce this stranger as an uncle. He's no longer a stranger. He's a member of the family, and the children trust him more because they think he's their uncle.
Right.
We're doing it to ourselves. We're doing it to our own children as black people.
Right. Because that used to be a common thing when hearing about that when I was growing up, where women who would bring men in the house, different men, and tell their children, hey, this is your uncle, such and such.
Right. And then according to how their real uncle treats them, they're thinking that this uncle is going to treat them the same way as their uncle.
Right.
But they come to find out it's not their real uncle. And so then now they internalize that as my uncle. My family member did this to me, when in all actuality, that wasn't your uncle. And then your mother never clarifies it. Oh, that wasn't your uncle. That was just some nigga I was screwing. I just told him he was your uncle so that you feel more comfortable with him. And then look at it like this. What about the stepfathers that these men that these women get with, and they're the stepfathers, but they have the children growing up believing it's their daddy? And then he does something to them as a child, and they think their daddy did it to them.
Say again.
The women that get in the relationship with these men when their children are babies or really young, and tell the child that this is their father. They grow up calling this man daddy.
Yeah.
And they don't even realize that this is not their real daddy. And then this stepfather does something to them, and they've internalized it as, my daddy did this to me.
Oh yeah.
Your real daddy. And then some of them never find out that it's not their real daddy. So it's a lot of research being done, but are these women telling the truth? And do these women that are participating in these research studies, do they themselves know the truth? So yeah, we we tore that shit apart. We tore her whole argument apart. I mean, these fathers are no, that's not what the study said. They said with the biological parents in the home, it was least likely that these children would be victims of child sexual assault. So she
Mm-hmm.
got all these women dumping their husbands and their kids' fathers,
Mm-hmm.
dumping their protection.
Mm-hmm.
Right? For a woman to come in and sleep with her son, her 12-year-old son that she can't throw out the house, right? These women are nasty as well. Do you know Sonetta said he was a grown ass woman had sex with him when he was a boy?
I didn't know that. I
Yeah,
don't really watch Sinetta like that. I
yeah.
kind of, I stayed away from his channel.
And he still sees this woman till this day.
Oh wow,
Yeah, and he never told.
wow.
So these women are just as nasty as these men. I don't care. I'm not letting these brothers
Right,
around my kids.
right. You gotta look at both sides. I mean, especially when it comes to pedophilia,
Yep.
you have to look at both sides.
Yep. Yep. So Princella can miss me with that bullshit, and then she got one of her flying monkeys to come on here and say, "Oh, there's nothing wrong with Princella. You should just join us." Girl, bye.
Nah. I'm
Girl,
good.
bye.
I'm
Don't try to
good.
recruit me into some cult. You should see the comments that be leaving under my videos.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. I done seen the backlashes.
hmm
Oh
So,
yeah, they riding for her. They riding for her. They caping for her real hard.
but see, here's the thing. Okay, so is her baby daddy a child molester?
I
You
hope not.
you pointing out everybody else's baby fathers and all these men. What about your baby? What about your husband?
I hope not.
What
I hope not.
makes your husband so special and different than men that you're allowing your daughter to go with her father? The hypocrisy. But in order to get the money, she has to separate the woman from the man. Because the man gonna be like, "Don't you dare give that bitch that money. What the, you gonna give her some money for her talking?" They not gonna let her do that. So she has to have to separate her from her man in order to get that money. It's a game.
Right.
It ain't nothing but a game.
Right.
Oh, Antonio, we're gonna do this one. We're gonna do it's an old debate with
Mm-hmm.
her and Angry Man. Oh my gosh,
Oh, okay. Yeah, I seen part of it. I ain't watch it all.
she is such a narcissist. She is such a narcissist. You can't even be around that woman. She will steal your identity.
Oh, Sister George.
Hi, Sister George. Oh, that's you. I didn't even realize that was you. Oh, we looked at your stuff too. Oh my God. Thank you for letting us do that. We looked at your stuff too. We went over your stuff as well. That lady is a damn crazy. She's a nut. She is a nut. Do you want to come up, Sister George? You can come up if you want to. But oh my God, I would love to have you on here just to give your opinion. Oh
Yeah,
my
'cause I seen the interview she did with Sister George and the other lady, Concrete Roll.
she is crazy. Oh my God, she was on that show. Oh,
I seen that. I seen that.
we laughed. Oh my God, we laughed. We a freaking sociopath. Yes, she is. That she is. Come on, listen. You gotta come up here. Even if you just say 4 words, you have to come. You have to come up here. Oh my God.
It was crazy. I seen that interview. I was like, golly.
She is a freaking nut.
I seen that video. I was like, what the heck? I was like, she was just talking over there. She wouldn't even let them get a question out like that. She
Oh
was
my
just
God.
talking over them.
And then she wouldn't even let them have their own opinion. Okay, she wouldn't even let them have their own opinion. And oh my God, she went, shoo.
She did.
Man, and
she's like, this is why I don't like coming on these podcasts.
Yep. We are no longer going on these Manny podcasts. Okay, because we don't agree with you.
She said, I don't have time for these men. I don't talk to these men. I do not waste my time with them.
But that's all she had on her show were men. That's all she had on her show was men. Right. She was telling Sister George her trauma instead of answering her questions. Right. And then she couldn't get a word in edgewise. She was always stopping the boat. No, but hold up. But she likes to do that. But hold up. And then say you can't get a word in edgewise with her. So it was crazy. Yeah, we enjoyed that.
Yeah, that was crazy. It was.
And then at the end, wait a minute. After she was about to hand Princella her ass, and then they stopped her. Concrete Rose stopped her and was like, hold up. Wait. Let's let her go, because we don't want this to become a screaming match, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, she wasn't having it. She was like, hold up, wait a minute, I'm feeling kind of played.
No, I think she said something about she felt like she was set up or something.
Anybody set Princella up. She just don't want to answer questions.
She said something about, I felt like I was being set up.
Nobody setting her up. They were trying to have a genuine back and forth conversation with her. And she kept, because they weren't understanding things the way she wanted them to understand them.
Right.
It's like, hold up. First of all, we don't know what you're doing off the scene, off of YouTube in your workshops. And in your private Zoom meetings, right? And in your book club. We don't know what you're telling these broads. We can only go off of what you're presenting to us on YouTube. So excuse me if I don't understand your entire narrative, because you're only giving half of it as a selling point to get these women behind the scenes to get their money. Right?
Oh, wow.
That's what she's doing. So she uses YouTube to sell a basic narrative, to draw them in, to do her $4.99 workshop and her $2.99 consultation. Girl, it ain't a damn thing you can tell me about nothing.
Yeah. When I seen that it was $2.99, $300, I was like, wow.
Let me see what Antonio said. She is always in men's spaces. Why nobody ever asked her why for over 10 years she claimed lesbian, but birthed a child less than 7 years ago? Right. Because she has her audience trained not to question her.
Pretty much.
Even though out of her own mouth, you know what?
She said, drop the link again.
Oh, there you go. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna play this. Hi, let me play this.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing? I would come on camera, but I am in my night clothes, honey, and I'm like,
it's all right. Let me play this for Soup Bone. He wants me to play this really quick. He likes this.
100%, 100%. Looking good battery talking to you so much. My phone feeling warm. What's going on? Temperature rising. My phone getting warmer by the minute. I think it's smoking. Where's the ice? Should I put my phone in a bag of rice to bring it back to life? I got my charger. My charger. My charger. I got my charger. My charger. I got my charger. My charger. I got my charger. Charger. Ooh, charger. Ooh, charger. Ooh.
Oh my God.
He likes that because remember, I don't know if you guys saw her cell phone and charger analogy.
Girl.
Oh yeah, that one. That was what got me.
I was so confused. Oh my God.
I was like, wait a minute. You're saying that, okay, the woman is the cell phone. Okay, I can agree with that. She's the cell phone, right? But and the charger is basically nothing. But I'm like, the damn cell phone won't work if you don't use the charger to charge it.
Exactly.
You need, if the man is the charger, then you need him.
Yeah.
Right? And then the charger plugs into the woman, just like the penis goes into the woman. She's so stupid.
Child, in her case, the dildo goes in. I'm so sorry. Let me not get over here and show out, child.
Listen.
Because that's what's going on with her.
She's crazy.
It's all hell. It's all hell.
She is. I wish you were here when I broke down that damn childhood sexual assault in a two-parent household.
Completely wrong.
False.
Completely just
lies. I had to pay $37 for the whole full article.
I'm glad you did, though.
It was worth it, okay? It was worth it because everything that she said was refuted by her own article.
Wow.
She was just using the abstract. You know, you can't just use an abstract. You have to see what the
you gotta look at the intro. You gotta look at all of that.
You gotta look at everything. And then, do you know how many women it used, Sister George, in the study?
How many?
290 women.
She is playing a very, very dangerous game.
That's what we basically saying.
Right.
And it's a dangerous game. And it's not, you're not putting Black women in a safe position by doing this.
That's Machiavellianism. She using Machiavellianism.
She really is. When she got up there and started to weaponize her trauma, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, you can't, like, I recognize the bullshit, and I was like, oh, she is really using her trauma. She's emboldened about it, and you can tell that it's something that just kind of rolls off her tongue, and she just goes through him. And I was like, she is a wild girl.
She is. She is.
Wow.
And then if you listen to her, every time something happened to her, I'm thinking like, oh my gosh, she was sexually assaulted at 12. Like who would do that to her? And then it was like, oh my gosh, she was sexually assaulted again at 26 and got pregnant. I'm thinking like, she knew these people. She put herself in a situation with these people. She wasn't coming from the grocery store. She wasn't coming from the grocery store and got accosted by a man. It wasn't late at night in a dark alley. Nobody snatched her out of her. She knew these men. She was interacting with these men.
Girl picked every outside of her childhood and anything happening in her childhood. I don't hold her responsible for anything that happened in her childhood because that was the adult, and we can always that can be established
if it's the truth. We don't know if this woman is telling the truth.
But I mean, you can tell like something had happened to her. Like you can just you can see the signs there. You know what I'm saying? Like
because she has developed a thought process that comes from she's had to fight and survive through a lot of stuff, and so then she's developed. Narcissism comes from your own need for survival, and so that's what type of time she's on. And so it came from something. But the thing that kind of caught me is my own nature and understanding what I did as a child, where I would use my trauma against people. And if you felt sorry for me and I could get you to do something for me, then, and you did that was gratifying for me. But I recognized that in her. And I was like, you're using your trauma to bond these women to you.
Yep.
That's why I don't, and basically that's why I had an issue with, like, you taking something that's so serious, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you putting a narrative on it just to bring about manipulation, emotional manipulation.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And I don't like that. I mean, it's one thing to talk about serious issues that's going on, you know what I mean, in general, as far as like abuse, domestic violence, rape and all that,
and be honest about it, and it's still valid. That's the thing. Nobody's even denying that, but you can't say that women have no responsibility in anything, or if you're talking about being in control and being empowered and empowering yourself, you have to take responsibility for your situations that you also put yourself in.
Listen, when she after she got finished dating though that guy and that girl from the or from the Nation of Islam, right, in that polygynous relationship she was in, she said they left her and she couldn't afford the rent by herself. So what did she do? She had to go find a roommate in order to help her pay that rent. Did she go find a woman? No. She went and found a man. And then when the situation didn't work in her favor, now it was his fault. So she went and found some random man to come into her house to help her pay her rent, and then misbehaved and expected him to tolerate that.
Let me ask y'all a question. And I've been trying to figure this out for a while. Now, she's had a lot of dealings with men, but I don't think that she's actually liked them. I don't think she's ever liked men. What do y'all think about that?
You know what? I think that might be a result from her trauma, is why she feels some kind of way that she does about men. I mean,
well, of course that has something to do with it. However, she's in competition with men. That's another one of her big problems. She's in competition with men. She carries herself like a man. She tries to be like a man. So whenever, like when she was explaining how the guy got jealous of her because she put together that thing for him, and then she did it for another guy and he got jealous of her too. That is because she wasn't carrying herself like a woman. She was carrying herself like a competitive man. Like, I can do this and you can't. I'm better than you because you need me to put this together. I don't need you. You needed me. So that really made her feel like she was the man. Like, if you're a man and you're supposed to be the leader, why can't you put this thing together? Why do you need a woman to do it? She's always been on a high horse.
Absolutely.
And then when the men knock her off of it, oh, it's their fault, but it's her behavior.
You know what? And then when you try to compete with men, men will eliminate a threat because it's trying to compete versus the man being under the man's protection. So you ain't gonna be able to compete with the man and have him love you. Men don't love competition from women.
From women, that's right.
Right.
That's right. And you are the weaker being. Right? You may be mentally stronger than him. You may be more intelligent than him in the mind, but you are in no shape, form, or fashion stronger than him.
Nope. And then I think even when it comes down to men's manipulation, I thought she was trying to expose that, and I can understand that, but at the same time, women possess their own set of manipulations as well.
Right.
And it's like, if we possess our own manipulations and you're steady trying to say that it's them, then it's like you're still playing a game and you're still on code on some bullshit. And I'm just like, girl, it's not a good look. It's not a good look for us.
It's a money grab to me. It's a money grab.
Absolutely.
Right? It's a money grab. She found out, she read that pimpology book and she found out how to manipulate.
Because she mentioned it all the time. The pimpology, iceberg slim.
I read all of those same damn books. She and I have a lot in common, but I feel like she's using her shit for evil, and I'm trying to use
right. That's what she's doing. Manipulation. Right? It's manipulation. That's all it is.
Yeah.
She's a nut. We count her as having. She's 3 nuts now. First she was 1 nut, then 1.5 nut, then 2. Now we got her as 3. She's 3 nuts. She's crazy.
Where I've just started catching you guys' content, but what I wanted to know, were y'all ever followers of hers?
Well, I followed her on Facebook at one point, as I was telling the sister.
Yeah, I followed her on Facebook too.
About 8 years ago. So when she was on Facebook, she was that's what she had got started. And so so I used to follow her, and her talking points was very similar to you know, this talking point she had, but at that time she was talking more about black males. She was always talking about Negro males this, Negro male that.
Mm.
Yeah, that was her main thing. So she was always like holding black men accountable for a lot of things.
Okay.
I've
So
never
yeah,
followed her. I didn't know who she was until I saw her on YouTube. And so her initial message grabbed me, right? And then I was like, oh yeah, I stand with Princella. Oh yeah, she's absolutely right, right? But then when she changed it to say that all men are evil, resource hoarders, rapists, child molesters, all of them because of their male nature, I was like, whoa, whoa, wait a minute.
It's like taking shit
Whoa.
like real damn far. And we're not gonna deny the existence of bad men. Of
Right.
course, the
right.
boogeyman does fucking exist, but at the same token, girl, it can't be all of them. You found somebody to marry you and you chose to bear a child with. And you're still married to this man. Was he a unicorn when you got married to him? Um, why is your child still allowed to go around him if he's that bad of a person? Like,
Because it's a money grab. She still co-parents with this guy. She
Mhm.
sends her daughter with him. If all men are evil because of their nature, then why would you on God green earth send your child to be with a man? He's a man, whether he's her father or not. Aren't all men evil, resource hoarders, rapists and child molesters and abusers and women killers?
yeah.
That's why I don't understand. Like, how do you tell women not to have a relationship with men, not to trust men, not to do this, that, and other, but you
Trust her, but she trusts her husband and
right.
baby father. It's hypocrisy and it's a money grab.
Yep.
It's a money grab. So
Oh, yeah, there was so there was one comment that a woman made that she was following Princella. She
Mhm.
put, I want black women to understand just because you agree with someone's overall message and you support them doesn't mean you can't call them out when they're out of line. I agree black women do some of the things or some of the same things other races of women do in defense of black men, and black women need to stop focusing so much on racism and put more focus on the problems black men are causing us. However, the punching down on black women to make a point is crossing the line. Notice how she doesn't punch down on any other races of women except black women. I agree with Priscilla's overall message to women, but just because you agree with Priscilla's message doesn't mean you can't call her out and hold her accountable when necessary.
that came out of her own mouth.
Yeah,
You know
now,
that, right?
huh?
That came out of her own mouth
About what? Accountability?
about be holding a leader accountable and be able to ask questions. That came out of her
Right.
own mouth.
And then this is the response that she gave the woman. She said, "That's your ego because you don't want to be called on your shit as black woman. Cut the BS. I'm not here for it. Ain't no punching down. I tell you what it is, period." Then she goes on to say, "Tell me one thing I said that was not factual, just one." Then she said, I am black. The divine is black. The power and change begins with the original. Why the fuck are you concerned about other races when I am not another? And either are you and the problems that lie within this community. Black women are the foundation of patriarchy. Period. Stop pointing finger. Yeah, stop pointing the finger outside until you fix your own shit first. You can't call me out if you're not bringing any opposing facts to this discussion.
You can bring logic to her discussion. You don't even need a damn research paper. You can bring logic. And
Now,
logic,
the part that when she said black women are the foundation of patriarchy is what blew me
that's
away.
stupid. That's stupid. They not a what? Okay. Yeah, she is mm-mm. No.
All I can say is emotional
Oh.
manipulation
It
Yeah.
is.
and Machiavellianism.
She got a bunch of weak-minded women. I call it poor pussy management. Women, they got poor pussy management,
How? All facts. All facts.
especially if you're a 50, 60-year-old woman listening to a 37 year.
You know what? I went to her workshop. She came to Atlanta and I went to her workshop. You know, I
Oh,
wanted
you in the
to
Atlanta
Oh,
area?
really? Okay,
uh-huh.
you got some tea.
Okay.
What was it like? Well, tell us all about it.
So it was set up nice. She had it at a coffee shop and she was blowing up on Facebook and TikTok around this time. So I had been following her on Facebook maybe about 5 to 6 years or so. And I was like, okay. So I was like, I want to have her on the show because her post on Facebook was starting to do really well. So I was like, I want to have her on our podcast. So I sent her a message and she told me to give her a little bit. She was trying to get her own podcast off the ground first. And, we could do it. So I noticed that she had started her YouTube. And when she started her YouTube, I reached out to her again and we set up the interview. Well, we've interviewed her a total of 3 times now. And the first interviews, y'all have to consider I'm a part of the manosphere space. So, with me being over in the manosphere space, our audience does cater mostly to men. For our audience is comprised of mostly men. Let me not say cater to, because I would say we get on men and women equally. And so I've kind of felt like I would hear her in certain aspects say that women are responsible for some things. But when it came down to her coming over to my podcast, she used to come on my podcast and show out. Girl, if y'all seen the first two, y'all like, especially the second one.
We saw the third one. I need to go back and see the other two because I'm all about assessing her behavior and what comes out of her mouth and fact checking her mouth. That's what I've been doing. Fact checking her mouth.
So on the first two interviews, we didn't really offer her much pushback. Well, I'll say on the first two interviews, I didn't really offer her much pushback, more so than to let her come get her stuff off.
Right.
But like that third interview, she had got in our comments after that second interview and was talking smacking after the second interview. So I'm like, girl, let's come through so we can really get off into your business and see what's going on. Because I'm not gonna sit over here and tell y'all I'm the most studious woman. I am not. I'm smart in my own way, but I was like, she confuses people with the sciences. It's not an easy follow. And I'm not the smartest person in the world, but I know when I understand something, I can understand it. And I'm teachable. So I'm like, the way she explains stuff and how she would be arriving to conclusions on things that may not necessarily correlate. I was like, she's talking in circles,
mixing stuff up with lies.
Right. Just and then mixing the sciences. You're mixing biology, sociology, and metaphysics all up in one.
Animals and humans.
Girl, it's a lot.
It
but when she came on for the third time, I'm like, let's just get away from all your sciences and let's get a little bit personal. I didn't expect her to go in the direction that she went.
Man, she had no patience with you. She had none.
Child.
Oh my God. And see how she was turning to the side. Oh, see, this is why I don't come on these.
Girl, going off. And I'm
like, I seen that one. I seen the one she went off.
That's divine feminine there, child. I was like, oh,
I seen that one. Yeah, she had went off. She was going off.
Yeah, she was mad and then got on her own show and said like some of the most despicable things. And I'm like,
yep. And that's what she does. Every time she does a podcast, every time she goes on somebody else's podcast, she comes back to her platform and then talks shit.
Yeah, it was way too much. Like way too much. She's a piece of work. She's a piece of work. And I'm just floored because so many Black women are buying hook, line, and sinker into it.
But it's of the non-thinking fashion.
Yeah.
It's the women that are uneducated, right? It's the women like these 50, 60-year-old women. Those are the ones that did not get an education. And those are the ones that depended on a man and had to suffer through abuse because they needed the man's resources. They were unable to get them for themselves, especially if they're 50 and 60. You know how it was.
But you know what? I'm sorry to interrupt you. When she was here in Atlanta and they had the workshop, it was older women that were there. I would say that you had one was married. I'm also married. Um, it was a couple of older single women there, and the women were basically there to learn how to control men, not more so for power, but more so to get the things that they want from men.
That's power.
And
That's
yeah,
power.
yeah.
Yeah. They're looking for power. They're looking how to overtake their men.
No, but in a sense of also wanting love from men, or to get back at them. But it's like the women, they're a lot of them kind of seem a bit downtrodden, not like the attitudes was just kind of like
They were lowly. They were like lowly. Like did they like act like they didn't know what to do? They didn't know about a man? Because I don't see how you could be
yeah,
spiritual
it was like a
and
lot
married
of
to a man
things
and
that
you don't
was
know
kind
about
of, if you had a good mother figure or a auntie or a grandma, she gives out a lot of basic advice. But then everything is the man. It's they fault, it's they fault, it's they fault. You ain't have nothing to do with this. Everything that happened to you, it was done by the hands of a man, um, that that's the message. You know what I'm saying? They don't know anything about love. Then she defines love for them and then tells them what love is and what love should be to them. They buy into it. That's her definition of love, not you. Everybody doesn't love the same. We're different. You know what I mean? This is
Right.
crazy.
So when she says, "Oh, you don't even know what love is," and this, that, and the third, and you need to come to my workshop because that's where I tell you what love is. Does she really say what love is, or is she just giving her opinion and telling these women how they're supposed to be loved?
I would say she gives her opinion because she'll still relegate certain things back to the mother and what mothers did to protect the community at a point. And so it's like if you love somebody, you wouldn't abandon them, but you won't talk about how a woman would be like, get the F out or whatever. You can't see your kids, la 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 la. But we'll preach a message from the other side. Well, your dad uh left you and he went and got with another woman and he
Right.
didn't want you. And I've had to make all these sacrifices for you in the you know what I'm saying? And we come up and it's our way of manipulation, and so they also are manipulative in that sense because it's still not a recognition of their own contribution to that situation. And so it was like the one was kind of, it was interesting. It was really
So does
interesting.
she have like a direction she's going in? Does she have like teaching materials? Does she have like, or is she just talking?
She is talking. She loves to hear herself talk. You're not going to be able to get a word in edgewise because she is looking to constantly fight. There were even in instances where we were interviewing, I agreed with her and she was still, and I'm like, why is she arguing? But let's go. It was
So
cool.
she didn't give out no pamphlets, no worksheets, no nothing to follow along. She just got up there and started talking.
For the most part, I think
Not about to
she
play
did
with her.
some stick figures or something.
What
I'm
kind,
not
what kind of work? That's not a workshop.
She no, don't get me wrong. I think she was reading from some stuff, but it wasn't nothing to be handed out. And no, let me tell you this. I did the workshop online. I went to the meet and greet. That's what I need to
Okay.
clarify. So the
Okay.
workshop online was her reading something on the what you call it. I wasn't able to make it to the one in person. And then I went to the meet and greet that she had in Atlanta. That's what it was. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
No, that's okay. But I mean, like, I'm just kind of saying, like, what kind of materials, was she? Is she giving out, things for y'all to hold and take home and read over?
That I don't know. I purchased the books or whatever, and I was like, okay,
What do
she's
you
got
think?
her.
What do you think about her books?
This is the thing with me. I'll purchase to support. I may not necessarily purchase
To read, yeah.
to read because I had my mom was a master manipulator, so I already knew the bullshit that she was coming with. I was like, oh girl, I'll purchase because I want to see where this is gonna go. I just noticed that a lot of women were just kind of falling in line and like just really gravitating to the message. And so I'm like, what the hell is going on over here?
And here's the thing: majority of the women, or whoever, majority of the people that's following her, they not gonna go and cross reference and do the research.
Absolutely. You are absolutely right. Most people just buy into it because she talks with such authority
Oh
and
yeah.
confidence that you'll buy into it and you want to believe everything that she's saying is true because she'll come and she'll crack a few jokes. She gonna put on the pimp pastor voice. We love a pimp in the Black community. We love a pimp.
Hello.
So, you
Hello.
know, she come and do the voices and everybody's like, oh, she's really got something to say. And then you know, we are a whoop that trick culture. We like to see people that we don't like get beat up on, especially if we feel like the person is an asshole and she's able to come and tell men a certain thing. You know, especially if men are coming with that same. If you see the second video, the second interview that we did, you're gonna see exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch
Yeah,
it.
I seen the second interview.
You
Yeah,
did.
she is just coming off as, I know what I'm talking about. Listen to what I say. Don't fact check me.
Yes.
She wasn't banking on me fact checking her. I fact. You have to be a researcher yourself.
I should have y'all on. Y'all seem like such normal women. Oh my gosh.
I know.
Whew.
From being around her, you be looking for some normal women. Like, you should see the comments that I get under my videos. I'd be like, are you with, like, she is not benefiting you guys at all, because if she was, you wouldn't be speaking or writing what you're writing and saying what you're saying. Like,
Right.
she is of no value to you women. None.
Girl, they left 1,800 comments under that video we did. Under 1,800 comments. I was like, you can't make this up. 1,800 just going in on me and my co-host. It was so funny.
No, you can't. And they're all immature. They're immature. They're immature, and they aren't doing nothing but parroting her. Remember how they used to parrot Kevin Samuels? They're parroting her. That's all they're doing. It's like, oh God, is this Princella? Because it sounds just like her. It sounds just like her, right? But if you are a person that knows how to do research, when she opens her mouth, you can know, I need to go look that up. Where is that at? Because last night, I was up in the middle of the night and I just so happened to see her, and she had that article up, and I was like, oh, good. And I went and looked for it. Previously, when she referenced that article, she didn't put it up. So she wasn't citing her resources, wasn't citing her sources, right? Anytime you do a research, you're doing research, you need to cite your sources so that other people can look and see if what you're saying is factual and if you are reading it the correct way and interpreting it the correct way.
But it's another form of manipulation, because certain things where she knows she has the sources correct, she's gonna make sure she cites all of that and then some, and gonna repeat it and tell you over and over again.
I'll pick through all her shit. Let her.
Oh, dude.
I'll pick through all of them. I will, because we know that she is interpreting them in a way that it benefits her and not in a way that they're supposed to be interpreted. So yeah, I'm not finna sit here and just look at all her videos just to get her sources. But if she happens to be on live and she's posting it, I'll look at it. But I'm not about to break my neck just to refute what she's saying when I already know that she's lying. So if these women want to give up their extra money that they should be saving for their children's college fund or their technical skills school, they can do it. That's on them. But at the end of the day, when it all comes crashing down and she goes back to sucking dick, right?
Tiffany, you woke up there and then, girl.
They are going to be floored, and it's going to be, I told you so, and I'm going to direct you to my videos when I was telling you so. right? So I'm on here to say, look at this, she's lying. So when you figure out that she's lying, you can't say, well, if there was no black women on YouTube calling her out and y'all just let us believe anything that she was saying. No.
That's why you have to listen closely.
Yep.
To what a person is saying, then you'll be able to point things out. They'll tell you exactly about themselves and what their whole purpose and agenda is.
And she is telling them who she is, but they aren't listening.
Right.
What happened in did y'all have any interaction be cold?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. I even called in when she did a show months and months ago. And my comment was that while she was telling these women they need to get away from men, my comment was, you need to be careful how you do it. You need to make sure that you aren't leaving these men in distress, because that's when the anger and aggression come and they want to take your head off. So if you want to leave him, you guys have been living together and you want to leave him, don't take everything. Leave that man some towels, leave him some washcloths, leave him some dishes, some forks, spoons, knives, and plates, and cups, and pots, and shit to cook on. Leave the curtains hanging in the apartment. You take the couch, leave him the love seat. Maybe leave him one of the kids' twin beds or whatever, or give him the bed, but don't leave him with nothing, because this is what sends a man spiraling, and he wants to end you.
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
That is what I said when I called in, and I don't think she liked that, because it meant that she wants the man to have nothing. She wants you to leave.
She wants them to suffer. She wants them to suffer.
She wants them to suffer.
Yeah.
And
then you're dealing with women that want them to suffer as well.
Yes. But if you want your head taken off, go ahead and keep doing it. That's why these are taking their heads off, because after he done fucking swept out this couch, after he done mopped these floors, cleaned these bathrooms, made these beds, washed these sheets, move refrigerators and shit so you can clean up under them, wash dishes and stuff like that, wash these towels and wash cloths and everything. Now you mean to tell me after he done helped you maintain all this shit, we breaking up and you about to take it all? So all my hard work was for nothing? Bitch, you got me fucked up. Your head coming off today.
Or but when you know what? The women will let you believe that they're doing all the housework and that the men don't help out at all. Honey,
if you had a brother and you grew up in a house with a black woman, you know that little boy was taking garbage out, he was mopping floors, he was cleaning bathrooms, he was making beds, he was doing all that. So the man transfers that behavior into his own home. He's not finna sit in filth. What man do you know is finna sit in filth?
Maybe the men that they chose.
No, I don't believe it. Not at all. Unless he's an alcoholic or a drug addict, a tired drug addict.
Could be.
Other than that, let me tell you something. My husband, when me and my husband lived together, I didn't have to do shit. I didn't have to cook. I didn't have to wash. I didn't have to mop a floor. I didn't have to vacuum a floor. I didn't have to do nothing. He would cook, sit my plate in front of me and my drink. And when I was done, he would remove them. By the time it was time to go to bed, dishes was washed, kitchen was clean, floor was mopped, counters cleaned off. Okay. That's the kind of man, that's the kind of husband I have.
I love that.
Right?
I love that.
I didn't even have to run my own bath water if I didn't want to.
Yes, honey.
And when he didn't run my bath water, he studied me, so he knew how I liked it. He knew I liked it hot with a candle and some tea.
I love that. That is so
and
nice.
I can call him up and he'll tell you. Okay?
Hey,
no, these men are doing they're dirty Dick Rodneys. What do you think dirty Dick Rodneys do? They clean.
Hey, excuse me, sister. I gotta get ready to go.
So they clean. They help you. They will clean your house while you at work. And cook. They're hungry. There's food in here. Shit, they cooking. What do you mean?
Hey, sis, I gotta get ready to go.
Okay, all right.
Tiffany,
Yeah.
it was nice talking to you.
Nice
And
talking to
I'm
you
gonna
too.
come and I see you doing content too, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna come by when you go live too, and hopefully y'all come to our channel, and maybe we can do some collabs down the line.
Most
Okay then.
definitely.
All right, that sounds good.
Yeah, so I'll come to y'all's channel. Be Cole, will you drop your email, or if you could drop your emails in the back or whatever, so I can just
Yeah,
write it down,
I'm getting
so I
ready
can
to do
email
it right
y'all for future collabs and stuff.
Okay.
Because I would love to do a good women's panel style discussion, and our show is based on dating, relationships, stuff like that.
Yeah. So yeah, these women, and like I said, a lot of times women are the biggest liars. They're the biggest victims, and the number one thing that will run a man out of the house is a woman he can't get along with.
Oh,
He will be gone.
All right, y'all have a good night. Well,
All
You too,
right,
Miss Tiffany and Miss B Cole. What is your name, hon?
be Linda.
Oh, so do you like to be called B Cole?
No,
I like it.
You can call me Belinda or B Code or whatever you want to call
I'm
me.
gonna call you B Cole, honey. I like that. That's cute. Code, B Code, D Code, and she B Code J ass.
Yeah,
That's what
and
it is for her.
this is my code squad in the chat. This the code squad. You see, they all got wrenches. They
I
all
love
got. That's my
it.
army.
Yes,
I'm
create that
building my
army.
army.
I love that. Well, it was nice talking to you, and I hope to talk to you soon. But keep up the great work, girl. Cause teach. Yes, I love that. Teach us.
You have to. You have to. You have to give these women no excuse. It's the information is out here,
I
right? If
love
I can
that.
get it and reinterpret it for them, I will. But like I said, her whole argument on that two-parent household, it was all garbage.
Mm,
It was all garbage.
period.
So anyway, okay, I'm gonna spend some more time with my audience here,
All
and
right.
I will definitely come by, and I'm gonna watch them other two videos with her.
All right, lady. Well, y'all have a good night, and thank you for having me on.
All right, you too.
Bye bye.
All right, you guys. So yes, okay. So yes, I could turn my camera off now. Okay, yeah, that was nice. That was nice. I know Subone is my day one. That's my day one right there. Yep, Subone is my day one. So you guys, yeah, that was good. Did y'all think we learned a whole lot today? We learned a whole lot today. What is this dragon? Okay, let me see if I can. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute, Antonio. I didn't see that. Hold up. Hold up. My chat is going wild. I went on. I went on. Ah. It's funny how you said that. Let me find this comment you said, Antonio, because that is exactly what she does. Where is that? Where is that comment? Oh my goodness. Where is it? I can't find it. I saw it on the on when I clicked over. Let me see. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this while I look for it because I know Subone likes this.
100%, 100%. Looking good, battery talking to you so much. My phone feeling warm. What's going on? What's going on? Temperature rising. My phone getting warmer by the minute. I think it's smoking. Where's the ice? Should I put my phone in a bag of rice to bring it back to life? I got my charger. I got my charger. My charger. I got my charger. My charger.
Yeah, okay. I like this one, Antonio. There's a man behind her. Of course. I'm telling y'all, they're not playing the long game. They trying to get as much money as possible. Yes, they are. It is not a long game. It's not a long. Either it's her mentor or it's her husband or it's her brother, right? And this is the comment I was looking for. And Princella teaches consciousness, but will use Bible verses to push a narrative. But I thought she said F religion, right? Didn't she say F religion? So how all of a sudden you say F religion, but yet and still you're still using the Bible? I'm telling y'all, this woman, she is of the greatest type of evil. Okay, this woman is evil, and she hates y'all. I told y'all better watch y'all back. She must have went. What she must have went up on price was $120 for 1 hour phone consult and $250 for workshop. Oh girl, that workshop is $499. That workshop is $499. Halo, if you still in here, yep. And Tiffany said it was $299 for her consultation. You look at this. She's gonna teach women how to have babies through parthenogenesis by opening their legs to the sunlight. She is. And let me tell you something else. When she was saying, when she was referencing female animals and plants that were able to reproduce without a male, she was insinuating that when women have daughters, they pass on their chromosomes to the daughter only, and the daughter is born with all her eggs, right? Which is true. But she was saying that to, in a roundabout way, say that if men weren't around, since the woman child is already born with all her eggs, she will be able to impregnate herself. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. You cannot fertilize a human egg without sperm. Okay? So, yeah. Thank you, King K at Messenger. Thank you. Yeah, I really don't even be on here like that. If I just feel like I need to do a video, I'll do a video. I have been really enjoying doing these lives because I like calling her on her bullshit. What did she do? She canceled workshop for Fresh and Fit. I canceled workshop and put, oh yeah, I remember when she left you hanging for Fresh and Fit. I remember you told us that. She's crazy. I don't think she's evil. Listen to how vulnerable she is when she can't delude women who understand. She reveals her trauma and you can hear the hurt in her. She seriously needs counseling. Let me tell you something. Counseling is not going to help her if she does not want to take accountability for her role in her life, right? She's playing the blame game. She doesn't need counseling. She needs to take accountability for allowing those men access to her as an adult. At 12, we can't blame her for that. I don't blame her for that at all. That goes on her mother. Her mother should have protected her, as well as the person that did it to her, because if it was her cousin, I don't know if they're around the same age. I don't know if he's older, because she only gives bits and pieces of the truth. So we can't evaluate what really happened, right? So yeah, counseling is not going to help her if she's not ready to take accountability, right? Princella is trauma bonding. There's a man running her platform. It is. Of course it is. Of course there is. I can see it. We all can see it. I see it. And it's either that mentor or her husband. and I'm leaning more towards the mentor, right? Somebody has educated her on how to get money out of these men, right? It causes cancer in the ovaries, the parthenogenesis. Yeah. She doesn't give any truth. And Antonio, exactly what I did with her, but she went over the edge and I decided not to go with her. So beautiful Halo, what made you stop funking with her? What made you stop following her? Probably that white strange dude, Previn, running it. I'm not gonna play with y'all. I'm not going to play with you guys. I'm not gonna play with you guys. I kind of look like him, don't I? Well, no, I look better than him, but I think we have the same. He's a little bit darker than me, but we pretty much have the same color. So, all right. So here's my point. Why would Princella have this deep hatred for black men when it was her mother that she said she never had a relationship with? Supo, we don't know if this woman is telling the truth or not. We don't know, right? She got so many different angles she's coming from, right? Her answer to everything was spend more money. Spend more money on what? She gonna have y'all man broke. She gonna have y'all broke, and her man gonna have all the money. we not making it up. We getting it all from her, out of her mouth. I'm gonna tell you something, you guys. See, when Jane Elliott said, "Come back to me in about 30 more years, and you will understand," she's starting to come to terms with what's really going on, right? She's starting she's starting to say, oh, well, maybe I was, wrong, right? So let's do this. So you guys, you see, her new hat had a 4-leaf clover on it. I don't know if she's mocking the Irish or I don't know what she's doing, but she still thinks she won the debate with Jane Elliott when Jane Elliott did all the talking. Oh, okay. So started with low power, then I went to high power, then 120 phone. She spent an hour. Say I needed the workshop. That's what I mean. Oh, spend more money. Right. Started low power, then to high power, then 120 phone consultation, and then you needed the workshop. Oh, so she was taking y'all step by step, hustling y'all. Oh, wow. She's hustling y'all. Oh, you need a phone consultation. Oh, well, you need to join. You need to become a member of my channel. And then you start off with a low tier, and then you need to upgrade to the high tier because it's more information at the higher tiers. And then if you still having problems, you need a phone call. You need a phone consultation. And then after the phone consultation, you need the workshop. So in other words, in order for you to become whole, you have to go through her what is this, a 4-step program: low power, high power, phone, and then a workshop. You were in a low place. Oh, you were in a bad place. Oh, oh. I wish you'd have came to me because you could have had all that shit done for free. You could have had all that shit done for free. Let me tell you something. A lot of times when women find themselves in low places or bad places with men, and I'm just going to keep it 100, it's usually your behavior. It's usually the way you're treating yourself, right? Um, there is a such thing as being male centered, which means you're taking care of the man and what he wants over you. Like he thinking about him takes up more of your time. Thinking about him and what he wants takes up more of your time, and you're only giving a little bit of time to yourself, right? You've been shot, girl. Hell yeah. Hell, let me tell you, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. Because in my younger days, when I was feeling low, when I was feeling bad, honey, I would go to the 99-cent store and I would buy 100 items. I would buy 100 items, and then I got 100 items, so I don't need anything else from that place. So then, say for example, the next month, I'm just feeling like, I would go and buy me I would go to the mall and go buy me a whole new wardrobe, throw all the shit away I had, and then I would go buy me a whole new wardrobe. And guess what color it would be? It would be all black. I would go buy all black clothes. I don't know why. But yeah, shopping is a hell of a healing. It's a hell of a healing tool, right? Because sometimes you're thinking like, oh, nobody ever buys me anything, or nobody cares about me, and then you wake up and be like, shit, the fuck, I got money, I could take my damn self shopping, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. I was so hurt and angry at him, and her teachings fueled my anger. Yes. And that's what you don't need, because when you're angry, you make wrong moves. But anyway, let me tell you something. A lot of times when your relationships aren't going right, it is because of your behavior, right? Even if you say, well, I wasn't doing anything and he just cheated, right? Sometimes you could be doing everything right, and then he just goes out and cheat. But let me tell you where your behavior comes in at. You don't leave. Once he cheats on you, if you don't want to deal with that, then you leave. If you stay, it becomes your problem. Now it becomes your fault. Now you may not be able to leave that very moment, that very second when you find out, but what you're supposed to be doing is, now you're awake, he's cheating. So now you are supposed to be making preparations to leave, and then don't change your mind about doing it, right? You don't get angry, you don't go off, you don't start throwing things, you don't start cussing him out, you don't call the other woman on the phone, right? What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to say, okay. You start saving your money, you start doing your research, you start figuring out where you gonna move at, right? You start, maybe if you want all new furniture, maybe you start saving your money, and you put your money away for you go, and what you do is you research the furniture, so you know about how much you need to save. You be like, okay, this dining room set gonna cost me 150. It's gonna cost me about 350 to get a new living room set. That includes the coffee table and the end tables and the lamps. This little dish set, dish set is gonna cost me, it's gonna run me about $20 if you get a nice cheap one. This pot set, it's gonna run me about $40. Okay. Your fork, spoon, and knife set, that's gonna cost you about $20-$30, right? You're gonna get a little glass set. They only cost about $8 for four, right? You start adding all that shit up, you know what I'm saying? Towels, right? I leave all that shit. I don't want none of that shit. You can have all this shit. I'm about to say, and you just chill. Go to work, come home, stack your chips, cook dinner, clean up, don't change shit. And then, within the next few months or when the lease is up, you don't sign a new one. You get the fuck on. Because sometimes we can't even leave right then and there because we in a lease. Girl, get you some dick. He want to still give you some dick, get some dick. Okay? Make him wear a condom, whatever. Make sure you don't get pregnant. Don't change shit. Then when the lease is up, what you do is that last month you go ahead and you put like the month, like say for example you're gonna move in February, right? January is when you want to go ahead and pay your first and last month's rent, buy your furniture, set your apartment up, and then put your 30-day notice in for February, right? And then you bounce. That's your last month. You bounce. You pay the rent for February. You got your 30-day notice in. You already got your other place. Your furniture and shit is already in there. It's already fully furnished. Everything is all nice and well and everything. And then you fucking bounce. Let him have a security deposit. He can have it. You can take it. Or you can bring another bitch in here. Bring the bitch you was cheating in here. Put her on the lease. Y'all sign a new lease. Right? But I'm going to tell you, your biggest mistake is not leaving. Right? Just like you said, it was me because I didn't leave. I was going to change him. No, the hell you were not. No, you were not. Right? No, you weren't. You weren't going to change him. I won't buy anything offline without reading lots of reviews, but did not take time to find out what he was about. When I met him, I won't buy anything offline without reading lots of reviews, but did not take time to find out what he was about. When I met him, I threw the baby out with the bathwater. Yeah. But that's okay. That's okay. You know why? Because you're supposed to experience life. You're not supposed to go through life and everything is just supposed to be 100% perfect. Something wrong there. Something is wrong there if you never experience bad things, right? If everything is all good, you got to be thinking like, hold up, I'm forgetting to do something. He changed me. Well, I don't know, because was that like the first person? Was that like the first man that you had an issue with? Right? Because sometimes if you've had an issue with a man before, it's not that the man changed you. He just woke you up to the way you were when shit hit the fan with the last dude. It's like, oh, I need to re-wake up. Every time you get into a relationship with a new person, male or female, you go to sleep. Right? You go to sleep. All those negative thoughts you had about a previous relationship, all those negative thoughts you had about your mom's relationship with her man, you go to sleep. You go to sleep. And then when he does something to wake you up again. So it's not that you've changed, you probably woke up again. Girl, these men and these women, they will put you fast to sleep. They will have you in la la land, thinking everything is all gravy, and then do something. And then you be like, ooh, that shit just woke me up, like somebody threw a bunch of cold water in your face. Yeah, of course you mature. Right? But you don't keep repeating the same shit over and over again. Like I said, if you keep failing with men, or if you keep failing with women, maybe you ought not to date for a few years and find out who you are and what you want. A lot of times when we get into these relationships, we don't know what we want out of it. So therefore, we're just playing it by ear. Right? We're just playing it by ear. So it's like we pretty much have no direction that we want to go in. But anyway, I think that was a successful live. I'm glad I don't want to just not I'm glad Sister George came by. That was a nice little thing she did by coming by. But here's the thing, you guys. People won't know you're out here if you don't go live, if they don't know, if they don't know you out here. So I think that was I think we had a successful day, y'all. I think we had a successful day. A lot of people aren't whole. Yeah, a lot of people aren't whole before they get in relationships. They think people will fulfill them. Yeah. I mean, you listen. When you get into relationships young, it's different because you have yet to basically go around the block a couple times, right? Especially if it's your first rodeo. But when you come into your womanhood, you have rituals that you do. Say, for example, you wash your face at a certain time every night. You make your bed this way. This is your favorite color. Maybe you're into sports and this is what the sports team you like. And you do things in a certain fashion, right? You have your rituals. Well, when you get into a relationship, you don't stop those rituals. I don't give a damn if he like Green Bay Packers. If you are a Cowboys fan, you stick to your team. Sorry, honey, I'm not letting my team go. Right? I'm going to stick to my Cowboys. You stick to your Green Bay Packers, I stick to my Cowboys. No, baby, I wash my face at 7:00 every night. That will not change. You don't give up who you've become when you get into a relationship to satisfy your partner, because if they know themselves, maybe they wash their face at 6:00 every night. Maybe they shower at 8:30 every night. If you see them and they have rituals, then you found a person that knows themselves. And if they aren't willing to bend and change the way they do things for you, and then you have your ways and you don't bend and do things for him, y'all just both know that we know who we are and we're together because we want to be, not because we have a need. Right? And there's all kind of reasons people get into a relationship, but by all means, don't lose yourself just because you got into a relationship. Don't stop who you are. Right? Don't stop who you are. Do you, and then let him do him. No, don't wash your face at 7. No, I'm sorry. I wash my face at 7. What time you wash your face? Right? Now, if he wants you to wash your face at 6 o'clock with him, that's all fine and dandy. You can do a time change, but as long as you don't stop washing your face, right? It's nothing wrong with a time change. It makes it more, more coupley. Oh, we get to wash our face at the same time. Oh, how lovely, right? He supports your team. You support his team. He buy you some Cowboy shit. You buy him some Green Bay Packers shit. That means y'all can cohabitate with y'all differences. He don't expect you to change your team. You don't expect him to change his team. That means there's a mutual respect for who you guys are as individuals. But you can still come together as a couple. So, I mean, if he don't eat vagina and you don't suck dick and y'all, now he wants you to do that, and that's not the man for you. Right? If he don't eat, if he don't go downtown and you like a man that go downtown, that's not the man for you. You're not going to change him. He may do it to please you maybe once, but you're not about to get that shit every night or whenever y'all do it. That's not the man for you. You don't get with a person to change them. You get with a person to accept them for who they are, but you must first find out who they are. And you can really only do that by observation and not by what comes out of their mouths. And this is one of the things that I'm saying about Princella. They're so focused on what's coming out of her mouth that they aren't paying attention to her behavior. You know how they say what you want, but don't put your hands on me. Say what you want, but don't put your behavior on me. Right? So, yeah, basically. So, there was something I wanted to show you guys. Let me see. Hold on one second. I'm getting kind of tired. Oh, I might sleep all day tomorrow. I am not coming on this computer to do not a live tomorrow, and I don't know if I might be telling the truth. I might be telling a lie. I'm not about to. Not at all. Let me see. Let me show y'all this really quick. This was funny. Let me show you guys this. Hold on. Hold on. It won't. Okay, here we go. Let me share my screen. Let me show you guys this. This was so funny. Can you do Friday or Saturday? I know you work. You know what? Those days. Ooh, Friday and Saturday. Oh, maybe Friday. But I have to think about that one, because this shit is draining. This stuff is draining. Let me share this with you guys. Tell me what y'all think. This was so funny. Tell me what y'all think.
It's invisible. Basically, if something is invisible, you cannot see it. Therefore, it cannot be named. If it cannot be named, there is nothing to write down.
So air is just not a word then?
Oh my God! Oh my goodness! What is the name of the invisible line that runs around the middle of the earth? Aha! 3, 2, 1. Please reveal your answers.
Okay.
Adiola, there's nothing there.
It's invisible. Basically, if something is invisible, you cannot see it. Therefore, it cannot be named. If it cannot be named, there is nothing to write down.
So air is just not a word then.
Oh my God! Oh my goodness me! What is the name of the invisible line that runs around the middle of the earth? Aha! 3, 2, 1. Please reveal your answers.
Okay.
Adiola, there's nothing there.
It's invisible. Basically, if something is invisible, you cannot see it. Therefore, it cannot be named. If it cannot be named, there is nothing to write down.
So air is just not a word then.
I'm not gonna play with this kid. I'm not gonna play with that kid. He is too funny. He's crazy. Okay, so let me see. Is Kevin Trudeau the one behind her? Who is that? Who is Kevin Trudeau? Oh, so asking for a friend. What do you mean, beautiful Halo? Can you do Friday or Saturday? I know you work. It would just really depend on how I feel. Like on Fridays, they usually work the shit out of me at work. So I usually come home on Saturdays and I'm like dead in the bed. Okay. Usually I would say when I leave work, I will be like, goodbye, you guys. I have a date with my pillow. Okay. I have a date with my pillow. Everyone is so tight-lipped about her mentor. Well, because that will cause us to go look at him. That will cause us to go look him up, find out who he is, and then really see, because we know she's emulating him. It's her mentor. He trained her. He raised her, especially if she knew him since 12. Right? So I'm thinking like, where's all these motherfuckers when she is just having all these issues? Like, I be wondering what is really going on with this female that she having all these issues, but yet she got all these men backing her up. Right? I'm not gonna show. I'm not. Oh my God. Anyway, you guys, I want to relax and I want to go watch my NCIS. You know, I like my NCIS. I thought I had seen everything, all of the NCISs, but every time I get on there now and watch an episode, I'm like, I haven't seen that. She said her mentor was in the conscious community. Yeah, he is. Right? He wrote Natural Cures They Don't Want You to Know About. He was trying to get in politics. Who is her mentor? Right? Because she talks about him. Let me just play this for you guys. Let me just play this for you guys. I think we have started to watch it, but I'm gonna go ahead and play it. Where is the damn thing? Or is it up here? I think it's up here. Let me see. No, it's down here. So where are you? Excuse me. My sinus is starting to act up. Sorry, guys. Here it is right here. Excuse me. let's listen to this really quick because she talks a little bit about her mentor in this. We will never know her mentor she speaks of because she fell out with him. Let's see. Thank you.
What's up, everybody? It's your girl, Princella, coming at you live and chilling, and me and the dog. And I just want to do a after review of today's video. And if you here, let's go ahead and talk about it. So we'll give people enough time to get in, so we can have this little discussion about what happened earlier. Because what happened earlier, actually, even though it was unplanned, went in the exact direction that I explained that a lot of these conversations will tend to go. Now, for those who are unaware, you do know that the guy deleted me. He deleted me, kicked me off his friend list. Okay? And was pretty upset. Now, how many times have I told you about irrational emotionalism? We talked about this. Now, for those who are not aware, which you probably are aware because I stated it, it was maybe about 15 minutes before I went live, okay, that I actually called him on the phone so that I could set up the Skype to make sure that it was correct. All right. So during that time, while I'm trying to do, the setup, we're having a conversation. In this conversation, we were in total agreement. There was nothing different that I stated on camera than I stated behind the camera. Okay. And his almost exact words, because we started talking about building an infrastructure, and he was talking about, there are towns that you can buy and this and that. Yes, Nehemiah.
Look at her. She got the whole conscious community hairstyle. She is such a... She got the conscious community hairstyle. Look at her. No weaves, no wigs, no eyelashes, no contact lenses, no makeup. Really?
He did delete me. There are towns that you can buy and all of this stuff. And he specifically said, I like Boyce Watkins. As a matter of fact, I work directly with Boyce Watkins. He said, but there's only so much they're willing to do, people like him are willing to do, because they don't want to taint their brand for what they're doing monetarily. Okay. So he said this out of his own mouth. So when we get on camera, oh, and by the way, I mentioned to him what I wanted him to talk about, because I specifically said, I say, look, as a guy, I want you to come here and talk to the males from a male perspective, because I'm pretty hard on the guys here. Now, based on his video yesterday, when he was talking about boyhood or manhood and the cancer, I felt that he could come in and convey that same message that he had on his video yesterday to the guys here today. However, when we go on camera, I notice that it's a lot, I agree, and it's a lot of butts. And I'm like, okay, so what are we doing the butts for? Because 5 to 6, 15 minutes prior to getting on here, we was in total agreement. So now that we're in front of all of the people, you go a different direction. So I'm like, okay. Now when I say, I ain't say nothing any different than I've been saying the whole time we have been discussing on Facebook. But here's the thing, people. Here's the thing. We got to get out of that I'm going to protect somebody or I'm going to defend somebody just because we like them. Let me tell you something. Nobody, no human being is beyond criticism. Okay? No human being is beyond question. It don't matter how much you like them, because let me explain something to you. The people that you defend, that you put on a pedestal like God, you can't talk shit about the Christians if you're doing the same thing to human beings that the Christians are doing in reference to Jesus. The Christians defend everything about Jesus, but then you turn around and defend everything about a human being. Now, this page is about solid truth, okay? If they had the answers,
right?
You got to ask yourself this,
right?
If they had the answers, why hasn't anything changed? Farrakhan had been walking around here for decades, okay? For decades. All of these people that so-called got the answers got their own little faction or their own tribe, and they ain't put nothing in place for Negroes to see. But the white folks done already showed you how you have to maneuver. The Asians done already showed you how you have to maneuver. So if you are not following that physical reality, how in the hell can you say that you got the solution? You can't point to me nowhere outside of books, tapes, and seminars that these people are selling. I challenge any of you. I challenge all of you. Find Dr. Boyce Watkins on Facebook and send him a private message. And once you send the private message, I want you to tell me what message gets returned to you. Because not only did I email Dr. Boyce Watkins, I also sent him a private message on Facebook. You know why I did? Because somebody on my page was so excited about one of the videos that I did, they suggested that I contact Dr. Boyce Watkins. And so they gave me the email address and they said that he would contact you back. Well, the email that I got.
Isn't that the same story she told about Fresh and Fit? It was my audience that wanted me to go on Fresh and Fit. So I requested to go on Fresh and Fit because my audience wanted me to go on Fresh and Fit. It's always somebody else suggesting that she goes into a male's space.
Didn't even acknowledge what the hell that I said. It just specifically said, thank you for emailing. Make sure you sign up for $99, our subscription, whatever, for $99 a month, and we'll let you get in contact with it, basically. So you can't even talk to Dr. Boyce Watkins unless you pay him $99 a month. So what are these people doing besides running a capitalistic hustle on Black people who desire to do something? You mean to tell me that as long as a person is being seen because they making money off the Black community, that's doing work? You making money off of poor people? Poor people
who are destitute and desperate to see some type of change that just don't know how to go about the damn change, your answer is to sell them a fucking tape? Your answer is to sell them a ticket to a fucking convention? Same thing that David Banner is doing, sell them a ticket to come hear you talk, sell them a book, sell them a CD. This is all y'all doing, and then we gonna talk about at least they doing something, but they making millions off of poor people. Oh, they pulling a polite, a nigga who live out there in fucking Hollywood or Beverly Hills, off of the conscious community's hard-earned money because they trust these niggas like this. They putting their trust in these people. So now you mean to tell me simply because you work directly with somebody and you like this person, we shouldn't say a goddamn thing about the reality or the truth or where we are simply because you're directly connected to a person. But the people on my page, they want answers as to what they can do. They want to learn how they can alter their reality so that they can be a part of something that's actually going to change or shift the paradigm. Guess what? I ain't sold y'all shit. As a matter of fact, I'm giving the damn CD where if you just donate or say something that if you appreciate. You don't pay to watch these videos. You don't pay to inbox me in the fucking messenger. You don't pay to get a reply from me through no goddamn email. You ain't paying for this shit that I actually spend my time to teach you. You're not paying for that. So now you get upset because I ask you a question. But what did I teach you all? I said no one is beyond question. Nobody. Not me. Not Farrakhan. Not Boyce Watkins. Not Dr. Claude Anderson. Not no human on this planet is beyond question. So now, I ask you a question. And because you don't know how to respond to this question, the first thing that you do is call me a feminist. This is why I don't like, this is what I have a problem with you black women. Stop right there. Automatically, I have nothing else to say. You know why I don't have anything to say? Because see, now you've configured in your own mind and create a perception, which is an illusion because you don't know who I am. And now to defend your position because you can't come up with a logical explanation to this question, you got to attack me to make it seem as if I'm protecting females and can't question a dude or even bring to light the reality of these males without being a feminist. This is why I had to go ahead and pull my mental out the back of my pocket. Because what the people don't realize is that iron sharpens iron. Don't believe that I roll alone. What you see in a woman, me, and if you see the synergism around how me and my mentor operate, this is what male and female interaction should appear to be. Iron sharpens iron. So if you can't talk to me, no problem. No problem. If you got your male chauvinistic attitude, if you think that you gon' not talk to me simply because you got this thing going on in your head, no problem. I'll put you on the phone with a man. I just take it out of my back pocket, but you wasn't ready for that. You wasn't ready for that. And so now, because I hit you from the side, Like, damn, I wasn't thinking she was gonna put no dude. I just called her a feminist. Well, if I'm a feminist, you got to back that up. Now you got to ask yourself, why the fuck do I have a mentor that's been mentoring me that's a man for 15 years? And you got to ask that if I'm a feminist. You also got to ask that if I promote family. If I promote family. You got to ask, you got to face those questions now. So now, because you are, which I didn't even intend. Here's the sad thing, people. I did not intend for this discussion to go left. I did not intend. I didn't have it set up for that way. I actually assumed, and this is what happens, people. This is what happens when you create expectations or illusions in your mind. When you create expectations for people and create a fairy tale or vision as to what something is going to do based on the actions of other people, guess what will happen? You will always get let down if you put too much into it. So I was actually just a little bit disappointed because I expected a little bit more out of that conversation than what actually manifested. Okay? And the only reason I expected that was based on the video yesterday that I thought that he would be able to come over here and convey. But because he did not realize apparently he didn't comprehend, when he got on, when the damn go live thing, he automatically started to try to be a savior for the males. He tried to protect the image of the male instead of saying what the fuck he said yesterday on the damn video. You know why he did that? Because I specifically told him that I go hard on the males on my page simply so I could elevate them. But so they could see it and hear it from another dude, so that they can hear from, because sometimes it's better to take something in from something that you can relate to. I said, they listen to me all the time and they have great respect for me, but I want them to hear it from another guy. Well, you was already saying this shit yesterday. So what the fuck changed? You didn't appreciate the fact that a female is elevating dudes. So now you got to come around the back and say, well, yeah, just because you got a penis don't make you a man. And I agree. And you say, but hold on, that also go to the female. No, duh. You don't, obviously, this is what happens when you don't research a person first. See, I invited him over here, but he didn't research me. He didn't research me. So he don't know the totality of who I am. He created an illusion in his mind. And based on that illusion, he came out thinking that it was some feminist shit or believing it was some feminist shit. So immediately he tried to turn the sword on me. However, he just did a video that I didn't watch. I just looked at it on his page. And he did a video right after he got emotional and hung up. Now, for the guys out there, the one thing that I do appreciate about this commentary. You're right, Kevin. You're right, Kevin. My mentor would have been better. You're right. But trying to link up with people to try to work listen, let me explain something to you. If you hear me, you automatically hear my mentor. Yeah, he'll come on here to give you a treat every once in a while just to show his face because I invite him and tell him to come on here. But if you hear me, you're hearing him. Because when it comes to politics and stuff, he taught me that stuff, okay? When it comes to how to think, he taught me this stuff. So I have gathered my own stuff that I have incorporated into this to make the teaching stronger, okay?
based on experiences that I've had, all of the science and technology and the project management and all of this stuff, I have incorporated my own teachings to this. But if you listening to me, you unequivocally are listening to my mentor. Okay? This is what I mean by philosophy. Okay? Philosophy. If we ain't on the same page, we're not gonna make it. If they kill me off, it should be about 100 more like me, because we all on the same page. So it don't matter if you listening to me, if you listening to him, you gonna come out with the same shit. Okay? It don't matter if you listen to me, him, or the other people that we're connected to, you gonna come out with the same goddamn shit. It's called multiplication, people. We too busy trying to add. Everybody believe that they can be on different pages and do this shit differently and not be on solid ground. It don't work that way. You either gonna be one, because if you're listening to me, you're listening to him. We one people. So it don't matter if you don't feel like listening to a female, oh, fuck that bitch. She a feminist. Okay, yeah, listen to him. It's the same shit. Okay? So anyway, with him, so he does a video. He does a video to say, if you gonna down somebody else, then you better have your stuff in order. Well, here's the thing. He never researched Craig. He don't know Craig. He don't know me. So you have the nerve to say that when you done spent 19 years in prison. I ain't never spent no time in prison. Craig ain't never spent no time in prison. So that 19 years where you were learning how to work the commissary and learning how not to get shanked, while you was doing that, he was learning the political system. He was learning corporate America. Because the same amount of time you've been in jail, he been in this shit. So to come here and get mad because we're trying to get to a solid ground of what black people can do. Black people that been sold fucking dreams, illusions, and hopes for all this damn time. Ain't nobody got time to buy no more dreams and hopes. These people need a solid damn plan of action. They need a solid damn way of doing things so that they know that they can achieve some results. If you believe that capitalism and you just starting a business and making millions off of poor people, if you think that's empowerment, something is wrong with you. If you think that praising a person that's going around the country selling tickets just to hear them talk is empowerment, something is wrong with you. Black people don't need no more goddamn books. They don't need no more damn tapes. They got enough of that shit. Then you turn around when I say we need to be on the same philosophy and we need to have a moral and ethical code. You tell me that we already got it. And the book is enough. Well, if the two books that you mentioned are enough, then why the fuck we in this situation? If all it took was reading the damn book, then we should not be here, right? Michael, I don't know how often you watch me, but everybody on my page that can tell you the damn solutions that we done gave. If you don't know the solution, it's simply because you're not paying attention. And based on the conversation that I had with you earlier, you believe that Farrakhan got the damn solution. Okay? All right? The reason that I don't even deal with a lot of the people from Nation of Islam, because they have no ability to be objective. They won't roll with shit unless Farrakhan say it. That's just how they are. Farrakhan is the god of the fucking Nation of Islam.
And so I don't even deal, it's hard to work with anybody from the Nation of Islam because anything that you say is directly opposing or anything, if it don't come from Farrakhan, the shit is just not legit. So for everybody, I want you, I tell you, ain't nobody above question and nobody's above criticism. So let me explain something to you. Michael Muhammad told me earlier, because everybody heard me say on the video, everybody heard me say on the show that I know for a fact, I didn't guess, I ain't got no gut feeling, I ain't had no dream about it, okay? Rusty didn't whisper in my ear and say, roof, 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 Nation of Islam, roof, roof, roof. Rusty didn't do that, okay? But I know for a fact that Farrakhan got $5 million from Gaddafi. And it was never paid back. I know for a fact. So now you have to say, Princella, how you know for a fact? But that ain't even what this dude said. He told me, Farrakhan, they paid the money back. This is what he said. They paid the money back to Gaddafi without no interest because Gaddafi wasn't charging no interest. But that was a $5 million loan, and you need to understand that. And before you say anything, you need to do your research. So now, because I know this for a fact, I know that you ain't did no research on the person that you hold high in high regards. You ain't even did no research. So now I know that you just listening to whatever Farrakhan tells you because it sounds good and you believe in him so much that you believe that this dude is beyond question. So now you gonna fight me, okay? You gonna fight me on some shit that you don't even know about. So you won't even question the number one person that you lead, but I just told everybody on here, I'm not beyond question. He ain't beyond question. Jesus ain't beyond question. But you show me that you ain't even asked no questions. So he was certain, he was 100% certain that there was no evidence to show that Farrakhan had accepted $5 million that Gaddafi forgave. Forgiving $5 million means that we gave it to you and you ain't paid back. Okay? That's what the shit means. Okay? So I want to make sure that we on the same page. Because I'm going to read to you verbatim what came out of Louis Farrakhan's mouth in 2009, September 2009, written directly from Farrakhan in their newspaper, in their official newspaper. This ain't no shit. No, it ain't no harping. Because see, now you're going to have to bow down and accept, damn, I was wrong. But see, you too headstrong, you too cocky to even do that. Because you was wrong and you can't even admit that you was wrong, that you didn't even know what you was talking about. But you gonna defend somebody and you don't even know what you're talking about. You tell me, you cockily tell me to do my research, but you didn't do your research. Okay? So you came up here with this Nation of Islam attitude like, sister, I'm going to put you in check because you don't know what you're talking about. But then when I put you on blast, you can't even say, damn, I didn't know that. Maybe I should have did my research. You too prideful to do that. So now you got to come around in circles to try to evade that shit and then come up with an excuse why the shit don't even fucking matter. Don't come on my page and don't think you're gonna get blasted if you ain't just gonna be solid with the truth. So now I got to read it from the final call to the people so they know I ain't just speaking no damn bullshit. It ain't like this came from a third party source. It ain't like it came from tabloids or nothing. This came from the final call, their official newspaper. Written directly from Louis Farrakhan. So you might as well Hush up, Mike, because you about to look retarded in a minute.
She always act like she about to blow up the world.
Now, when a person speaks in absolutes, because he absolutely said, without a shadow of a doubt, that he knows that the money was paid back without interest. But that's not what Farrakhan said. That's not what he said. So I'm just waiting. I'm going to just roll down till I find it. See, then a person want to say you harping on something. You goddamn right I'm harping on this shit because your ass just got blasted with truth that you don't even want to bow down to. You think you just gonna be able to walk up here and tell me some absolute shit and then get blasted to where the shit ain't even true and think you gonna circumvent it? Hell no. It don't work like that. I'm not gonna let you circumvent or weasel out of a damn hole when you get blasted with fucking information that you said didn't exist. And then here's the trip part about it. Here's the trip part about this, people. Here's the trip part about it. I tagged him to I screenshotted a part of this article and I put it up there. He said, quote unquote, that article did not say that Gaddafi loaned him the money. That's what he said. So this is the work of September 2009. Directly out of Louis Farrakhan's mouth.
Trey said,
in 1971, he loaned the Nation of Islam under the leadership of Honorable Elijah Muhammad $3 million. That money allowed us to purchase the beautiful Greek Orthodox Church, which became the national headquarters of the Nation of Islam in Chicago. In my effort to rebuild the Nation of Islam in accord with the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Brother Gaddafi loaned the Nation of Islam $5 million for our economic development, then forgave the loan. What? Who wrote this? By the Nation of Islam welcomes Muammar Gaddafi by the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. Last updated September 22nd, 2009, 7:41:55 p.m. He gave the Nation of Islam $5 million for our economic development and then forgave the loan. So what did I ask in the thing? I say in the show I said, what Nation of Islam community do they have? Now before I go there, after he figured out, after he was blasted with this truth, he then tries to circumvent and downplay this shit. He tries to downplay the final call. He tries to downplay, and then come around and say, well,
know, we got land, we got farmland, and Georgia.
I don't have it.
What does that have to do with the $5 million that was given to him by Gaddafi? What does that have to do with the farmland? Because you do realize that the farmland was purchased in the 1960s. This $5 million loan was given well after that. So the farmland wasn't even purchased with $5 million. So Farrakhan lives in Hyde Park with the white folks in the motherfucking capital with a following of at least 50,000 people in the murder capital. What? Why is there no Nation of Islam community at the minimum? Not a duplex, not a gated community, not a Nation of Islam gated community, but you got the Amish who ain't got no $5 million from Gaddafi, and they got their shit. The Asians got their shit, and you supposed to be a nation, and you don't even have a fucking community? That's a legitimate question, people. That's not no bullshit. That is a legitimate question. The Amish has their shit. They ain't met with no heads of state. They ain't met with Gaddafi, okay? They ain't got no $5 million that was just given to them. What the fuck is going on? Now, again, this is not a third-party source. This comes from the mouth of Louis Farrakhan himself. But here's the kicker. Farrakhan must have forgot that he said this shit in 2009. He must have forgot. Because after this, which was recent, 7 years ago, he forgot he said this shit. He then turns around and say it wasn't forgiven. It ain't been forgiven. It wasn't. Wait a minute. How the fuck you say it's forgiven and now it wouldn't? So now we say, well, Louis Farrakhan is the honorable. He was destined and ordained by God. You ain't no different than the fucking pastors or the Christians at the church to say that the pastor was ordained by God. Okay? Black people don't need to be lied to no more. I'll be damned if you tell black people that they ain't got no right to question no damn Farrakhan. That they ain't got no right to question nobody else. Ain't nobody, not damn human on this planet is beyond fucking question. And since it's black people's money, since it's their hope, since it's their heart, and since it's their pain, they have every damn right to ask the question of anybody who professes to be a leader to them. Anybody. So he can't be that perfect to make a critical error like this to say 7 years ago that Muammar Gaddafi gave him the money, because this is why I love Muammar Gaddafi so much, because not only did he give or loan $3 million, he gave us $5 million for our economic development and forgave a loan. This is why I love him. This ain't got nothing to do with me hating. This is just facts, because I understand. So here's the thing. What did I tell you? 48 laws of power. This is how you read through people. This is the majority of these people are operating these laws. So let me show you something. Law number 45 in the 48 laws of power says, preach the need for change, but never reform too much at once. Everyone understands the need for change in the abstract, but
on the day-to-day level, people are creatures of habit. Too much innovation is traumatic and will lead to revolt. If you are new to a position of power or an outsider trying to build a power base, make a show of respecting the old way of doing things. If change is necessary, make it feel like a gentle improvement on the past. Interesting. Okay? Law number 32. The truth is often avoided because it's ugly and unpleasant. Never appeal to truth and reality unless you are prepared for the anger that comes from disenchantment. Life is so harsh and distressing that people who can manufacture romance and conjure up fantasy are like oases in the desert. Everyone flocks to them. Okay? There is great power in tapping into the fantasies of the masses. Black people have a fantasy of some leader leading them out of this shit. They got a fantasy of a Jesus. They got a fantasy of all this bullshit. So anybody that steps into this platform, they so desperate to latch on that they don't understand that the concept of God is a concept that is directly related to human beings. You have been taught that God is perfect. So once you have a leader, a so-called leader, or somebody that you raise up to a high standard, you now put him on the God platform, and in your mind, this person is beyond criticism. This person is made to be perfection. And what will happen is the people will attempt to kill you and cut you down if you ever ask a question. If you ever tell the truth about anybody that they have placed all their faith and they hope into. Let me tell you, ain't no damn human above no goddamn criticism. So now you got to explain what the fuck is going on between then and goddamn me now. Play a sucker to catch a sucker. Seem dumber than your marker. Do not commit to everyone. Let's see. This is what I told you about belief. Law number 27. Play on people's need to believe to create a cult-like following. This is law number 27 of the 48 laws of power. Play on people's need to believe. Everybody wants to believe in some damn fantasy. They want to believe in some savior that's going to lead them out of this shit. So play on people's need to believe to create a cult-like following. People have an overwhelming desire to believe in something. Become the focal point of such desire by offering them a cause, a new faith to follow. Keep your words vague but full of promise. Emphasize enthusiasm over rationality and clear thinking. Do you hear this shit? Do you hear it? Now, I teach you rationality and clear thinking. My connection is weak. We got to wait till it comes back up. I see it's coming back up. All right. I teach you on this page, I teach you rationality and clear thinking. I teach you to ask questions. I teach you to get your heads out the cloud. But what do you have to do in order to create a cult-like following? You have to play. People have an overwhelming desire to believe in something. Become the focal point of such desire by offering them a cause, a new faith to follow. Keep your words vague but full of promise. Emphasize enthusiasm over rationality and clear thinking. Give your new disciples rituals to perform. Ask them to make sacrifices on your behalf. In the absence of organized religion and grand causes, your new belief system will bring you untold power. Now, how many of y'all have I told to get into some type of fucking religion? How many of y'all have I told you to just believe without question? Huh? I think I'm doing the exact opposite than this shit. Anybody that has a cult-like following and people flock to them without no goddamn questions, they don't have no rationality and clear thinking, you gotta question that person. So Michael Muhammad is following Farrakhan without asking rational and clear thinking questions because Farrakhan them that had this goddamn farmland since 1960s and they ain't built shit else with this goddamn farmland. It's 2016 and you ain't got a fucking community, a gated community, and you live in Hyde Park. How much it costs you to live in Hyde Park, huh? Off of the people's money, and you ain't did shit? You mean to tell me you ain't beyond question? Ooh. Does Louis Farrakhan hold to a high standard? Louis Farrakhan holds Elijah Muhammad above him. Right? Law number one, never outshine the master. Always make those above you feel comfortably superior in your desire to please or impress them. Do not go too far in displaying your talents or you might accomplish the opposite. Inspire fear and insecurity. Make your masters appear more brilliant than they are and you will attain the heights of power. Conceal your intentions. Keep people off balance and in the dark by never revealing the purpose behind your actions. Do you honestly believe that Farrakhan is telling you the truth about everything? Do you believe he that goddamn open with you? You ain't sleeping with Farrakhan. You don't know what the fuck is going on behind the closed doors, but I promise you, the people in the Nation of Islam, they act like they sleep with Farrakhan every fucking night, like they know what the hell is going on behind closed doors. They just that goddamn arrogant. Instead of admitting and surrendering to the fact that they don't know, that they just hope this shit is right. If they have no clue what you're up to, they cannot prepare a defense. See, that's why Mr. Muhammad got off balance, because he was not prepared to see this shit about that damn loan being forgiven. Because in his mind, he listened to Farrakhan, and Farrakhan had to swear to God that they done paid the loan back, and he ain't even read the fucking the damn final call. So when I hit him with that shit, he went all over the goddamn place, trying to circumvent this shit. If they have no clue what you're up to, they cannot prepare defense. Guide them far enough down the wrong path, envelop them in enough smoke, and by the time they realize your intentions, it'll be too late.
What? She's a goo.
So much depends on your reputation guarded with your life.
My wife's name.
Reputation is the cornerstone of power. Through reputation alone, you can intimidate and win. Once it slips, however, you are vulnerable and will be attacked on all sides. Make your reputation unassailable. Excuse me. Always be alert to potential attacks and thwart them before they happen. How many oftentimes Farrakhan talk about killing people if they oppose him? How many times Farrakhan talk about killing black folks if they oppose him? Because he got the will of God and the force of God behind him. How many times you done heard that shit? Several. Meanwhile, learn to destroy your enemies by opening holes in their own reputations. Then stand aside and let public opinion hang them on. Don't Farrakhan do this shit? Don't he do this? No, just listen. Let him try to diminish his casualty. Let him try to do. All Michael is doing is damage control right now. He's just doing damage control, trying to diminish his casualties. But he shouldn't have came on here trying to tell me about not researching some shit when he know he ain't researching shit. Just going off of what sound good and what somebody done told him. So now I gotta go ahead and give it to you like you asked for it. Because we can all agree that Farrakhan got some power. So I got to go down through the list of these laws of power just so you can see right through this person. All you got to do is think about, is he doing that? Yep, he sure is doing that. Well, goddamn, he sure is doing that. So, hey, get others to do the work for you, but always take the credit. Did he not do this? Farrakhan says that it was him that brought 1 million people to the Million Man March. He didn't get a credit for the grassroots people or the people that was bringing their family and friends that he didn't directly connect or impact. He didn't get a credit to all of the people that said that they wanted to go and took flights and stuff up there and that was sharing this shit on Facebook. He gave himself the credit for all of the work that the people on the ground did. Get others to do the work for you, but always take the credit. Use wisdom, knowledge, and legwork of other people to further your own cause. Not only will such assistance save you vulnerable time and energy, it will give you a godlike aura of efficiency and speed. Did he not put himself on God's status to say he was the only person that could bring 1 million Negroes into one place when it was the Negroes that did the fucking legwork? In the end, your helpers will be forgotten and you will be remembered. Never do yourself what others can do for you. Oh! Make other people come to you. Use bait if necessary. When you force the other person to act, you are the one in control. It is always better to make your opponent come to you, abandoning his own plans in the process. Lure him in with fabulous gains, then attack. You hold the cards. I ain't said nothing that was a lie, people. Not one thing that was a lie. This ain't coming from my personal opinion about somebody. This is facts. That came from the final call. Everything that I said that Farrakhan said, you can vouch for that he said it, and everything that looks like what Farrakhan is doing is right in this book called The 48 Laws of Power. So now I gotta ask you, are you really trying to elevate black people? The answer is no. The answer is no. Why the hell we got farmland that you done had for 50 years and ain't did shit else? But you living in Hyde Park, right next to Oprah and all the other motherfuckers, Obama. Why these niggas up there killing themselves? Don't come and try to attack me without some legitimate stuff. Because it don't take 50. Farrakhan had been walking around here too damn long. He done had enough money to at least build a village. He ain't even built a village for the Nation of Islam. Let me explain something to you. There's no excuse for that because Farrakhan has the fucking following that he can command and tell people that drink the Farrakhan Kool-Aid to get in position. He can say jump and they say how high. If you got that kind of power, there's no goddamn excuse why you ain't got no village. At least, at minimum. You ain't got nobody on the city council in fucking Chicago out of all of them people at the Nation at the Nation of Islam. You don't got nobody taking over the politics of where you live. These are legitimate questions. These legitimate questions. Joseph, these are legitimate questions. Where is it? All you got to do is show me. Why would I be ashamed? Why would I be ashamed for asking questions? See that mentality right there? Trying to put fear in somebody? Listen, this shit is the same shit that Christians do. Trying to put fear questions. You're going to feel ashamed. You're going to feel ashamed in 20 years. You're going to feel ashamed when Jesus comes back. This is the same fucking rhetoric, but they believe they much higher and much better than the Christians. But they say the same shit because their God is just different. So since they have leveled him out to God status, they gonna come down here and tell you you should be ashamed of yourself for asking questions about Farrakhan. You should be ashamed because Farrakhan is the right-hand man to God and make God strike you down for asking a goddamn question. What's wrong with you? You that damn scared of a human being that you can't even ask a question? And you got to damn somebody and tell them they should be ashamed for asking questions when it's your God-given right and you got a brain for thinking, and in order to think, you must ask questions, and you gonna tell me how to be ashamed for fucking thinking? Youthful ignorance for thinking? Who say shit like that? Who? Who the fuck says something like that? Youthful, did y'all see this? He said youthful ignorance for asking questions about Farrakhan. So I can ask questions about the preacher at the church. I can ask questions about God, okay? Or Jesus. I can ask questions at my school, okay? I can ask questions about Obama and fucking Trump and Hillary Clinton. But when it comes to Farrakhan, I ought to be ashamed for asking a goddamn question. Do y'all see that shit? This is the shit that a cult-like following. The cult will damn you and want to kill you behind their fucking leader. I ain't told y'all to follow me. I ain't told y'all to just believe every fucking thing I said. I told you to research. I told you to ask questions. I told you to question everybody. I told you to do your research. You agree with me until I say something that you don't like about a person that you done put all your hopes and dreams into. So now you feel like it's a personal attack on you. Let me tell you something. It ain't no ask questions only in this situation. It's ask questions all the time. You don't never, let me explain something to you. You don't never let somebody tell you not to ask a question. You don't never let somebody tell you that you ignorant for asking a damn question.
See the hypocrisy?
You do not let somebody tell you that you are ignorant and stupid for asking a fucking question. Because anybody that professes to have your best interests at heart, you have every right to ask a question about them. You do. Look, I don't care how mad y'all get about this shit. I have every right to ask a question. You're talking about some shit that was written in the final call, and you mean to tell me that I ain't supposed to ask a question about some shit that he said? Don't worry about where the $5 million went. Just know that he gave it. Just know he loaned it and forgave. And then I got to be the fucking agent, and I got to be the motherfucker that's against everybody because I ask a damn question. And then you got a nerve to call around and basically say somebody's stupid or ignorant for asking. See, unlike you, I don't have no human gods that I then raised on a pedestal. See, I'm not a part of no organizations, so I'm not getting emotionally attached because I know how this shit go. And so here, you see this? The first thing they want to do is try to threaten your life. No different than the damn Christians. No different than the Christians. They want to threaten your life for asking the question. Stop insinuation, sister. Bark up another tree. So you can talk about everything except for the shit that they hold so high and mighty. That's basically what he's saying. All I want y'all to do is pay attention to this shit. Pay exact thing. They ain't no different. They looking for a leader to follow, and they worship the ground that Farrakhan walks on. That's what it is. And anybody that don't bow down the way they say should bow down should die. So this is no different than the Christians telling you if you don't accept Jesus Christ, you're going to hell. Tell me, where the fuck did I lie at? Where the hell did I lie at? Aren't they displaying that behavior? Aren't they displaying that behavior? Am I lying about this shit? No, you looking at them right there. You looking at them right there. They'll tell you dumb and stupid for asking questions, but then turn around and tell you dumb and stupid if you don't ask questions about everything else besides the Nation of Islam. Excuse me. So what it is, the reality is these people want a savior. And anybody that appears or puts on the illusion that they're doing something, let's see. Okay, listen to this. Listen to this. Law number 43. Coercion creates a reaction that will eventually work against you. You must seduce others into wanting to move in your direction. A person you have seduced becomes your loyal pawn. And the way to seduce others is to operate on their individual psychologies and weaknesses. Well, what's the weakness of the Negro? The weakness of the Negro is he's desperate to see somebody doing something. He's desperate for somebody to lead him out of this abyss. This is what he's desperate for. So a person you have seduced becomes your loyal pawn. And the way to seduce others is to operate on their individual psychologies and weaknesses. Soften up the resistance by working on their emotions, playing on what they hold dear and what they fear. Wow. Ignore the hearts and minds of others, and they will grow to hate you. This is all in the book, 48 Laws of Power. Okay, here's another part. Play the perfect courtier. The perfect courtier thrives in a world where everything revolves around power and political dexterity. He has mastered the art of indirection. He flatters, yields to superiors, and asserts power over others in the most oblique and graceful manner. Learn and apply the laws of courtiership, and there will be no limit to how far you can rise in the court. Keep your hands clean. You must seem a paragon of civility and efficiency. Your hands are never soiled by mistakes and nasty deeds. Maintain such a spotless appearance by using others as scapegoats and cat pawns to disguise your involvement. Did he not do that shit with dealing with the death of fucking Malcolm X and Khalid Muhammad? Did he not do that? Did he not do that? You must seem a paragon of civility and efficiency. Your hands are never spoiled by mistakes and nasty deeds. Maintain such a spotless appearance by using others as a scapegoat and cat pawns to disguise your involvement.
let's see. Use selective honesty. Check this out. Use selective honesty and generosity to disarm your victim. One sincere and honest move will cover over dozens of dishonest ones. Open-hearted gestures of honesty and generosity bring down the guard of even the most suspicious people. Once your selective honesty opens a hole in their armor, you can deceive and manipulate them at will. A timely gift, the Trojan horse, will serve the same purpose. Learn to keep people dependent on you. To maintain your independence, you must always be needed and wanted. The more you are relied on, the more freedom you have. Make people depend on you for their happiness and prosperity, and you have nothing to fear. Never teach them enough so that they can do without you.
That's exactly what she doing. I told y'all the game
teach
is
them enough so they can do without you.
The game is right here. That's why I said, why these 50 and 60-year-old women? What they need her for?
No, Farrakhan try to keep people dependent on it. If you want to know how this shit go, read the book, and you should be able to see through anybody in power.
I just had a deja vu, y'all.
But he's still talking, yet couldn't even surrender to the fact that he was completely wrong. Anyway, at some point, we gonna learn that things start small first. And the first place that change starts is within your mind. Okay? Thoughts become words. Words become sentences. Sentences become paragraphs. Paragraphs become philosophies. Philosophies turn into actions. Actions turn into habits. Habits turn into character. And your character becomes your destiny. If we don't change it here, we will not change our future. You can alter the course and the path of where you're going by altering the beliefs in your mind. The challenge is that everybody believes in that which is not real. They believe in illusions. Therefore, the illusions will make them fall on their ass and their face every time from high places in the atmosphere. You must learn to stand on solid ground. You must learn to be grounded. So, before I go, I'm going to read this that I shared to my page. Emotionalism, let me explain something to you. Emotionalism ain't gonna you're never going to win using emotionalism. You gotta understand that. I don't care how you feel, you can never fight facts with emotions. Once you got the facts, you don't need the emotions. You don't need them. I mean, what's their purpose? I mean, what they gonna do? They ain't gonna do nothing. They ain't gonna do nothing. So, I'm gonna read this, the 12 laws of karma. It's interesting. This is the first time I've seen this. A lot of this stuff I learned through observation, trial, and error. So I know these are laws. 12 laws of karma, and I've already spoken a lot of these in all of the lessons that I've taught you. What is a law? A law is a statement of fact that has been deduced from observation and is always true when certain circumstances are present or something like that. That circumstance is not the right word, but here they are. The great law. Whatever we put into the universe will come back to us. This is it. It's like a boomerang. You reap what you sow. That's the number one law of karma. So we all should be familiar with that. Then you got number 2. The law of creation. Life does not happen by itself. We need to make it happen.
So life is not just breathing in air. You have to put in energy and make things happen, because everything is based on whatever you create in your mind. And if you ain't creating off of real tangible stuff and you're following behind somebody else's vision of illusion that they have sold you, the reality is you're not going to manifest much. The law of humility. This is one of the number one laws that I speak of. The law of humility. One must accept something in order to change it. You must accept something in order to change it. The reality is nobody wants to accept anything. They don't want to accept that the Negroes are acting in a savage manner, or that they have reached a savage state. They don't want to accept that. They don't want to accept that this whole world is built off of illusion. They don't want to accept that. So guess what? Because they can't accept this reality, they can never change it. You must accept something in order to change it. That's number 3, the law of humility. The law of growth. When we change ourselves, our lives follow suit and change too. Thoughts become words, words become sentences, sentences become paragraphs, paragraphs become philosophies, philosophies become actions, actions become habits, habits become character, character becomes your destiny. If you alter the thoughts, you alter the destiny through that change. So when we change ourselves in our actions, the destiny follows along with it. The law of responsibility. We must take responsibility for what is in our lives. They don't want to show humility, and they don't want to take responsibility. These are the 2 main things that need to be done for you to initiate change. Nobody wants to take responsibility for where they at. Nothing. Everybody wants to point the finger at somebody. The law of connection. The past, present, and future are all connected. Not only are the past, present, and future all connected, wisdom is connected. Knowledge is connected. All of these things are connected. There is no such thing as isolation, because there is nothing that exists outside the whole. So there is no other choice but for us in all things to be connected. So the reason why people can't see through things and they can't understand these things is because they truly believe there is no connection to any of these things. So even with the people that's mad about what I said about the truth being spoken about Farrakhan, they can't even connect the fact that all of this information is connected. They believe that the 48 laws of power are isolated because they believe it has absolutely nothing to do with Farrakhan. That Farrakhan's doing all of these things that has nothing to do with any specific thing he is doing in the correct manner to be where he is. They really don't believe it. A lot of people don't believe things are connected. Everything is connected. Even when you look at your body, you go to a foot reflexologist, you go to any of the doctor's office, it'll show you this big old chart where how everything in your body is connected to each other. It's like you a big ass ball. You got your spleen and your headache and your heart, all this stuff in your foot. Because it's all connected. Anyway, next. By the way, on the last point, have you ever had an itch or something and you scratch it somewhere and in that spot, you might feel a tingle in your ear or on the other side of your shoulder or something way down here, and you feeling a movement up here when you scratching down here or somewhere in your leg and it's affecting you up here, hey, it goes to show you how much you connected. Anyway, the law of focus. How many times have I told you that the brain cannot think of more than one thing at a time? Well, the law of focus says we cannot think of two different things at the same time. This is correct. This is what I was telling Mr. Karama when he was on the page. I said, I know that Boyce Watkins and all of them are not doing these things because the brain cannot think of two things at one time. You cannot be in two places at one time. So if you have a plan of an action to do what we're saying that needs to be done, then there's no way that you can be flying all over the country and not in the localized position, putting in the infrastructure, because it requires too much work. You have to be there. You cannot read something on paper and comprehend what you're reading and be singing a song at the same time. You can't do it. The law of giving and hospitality. Our behavior should match our thoughts and our actions. How many times have I said this? Our behavior should match our thoughts and our actions. If the behavior is in direct opposition of your thoughts, okay, that means you're lying. That means you're lying. If your behavior and your actions are not in direct harmony with your thoughts and your words, you're lying. The law of here and now. We cannot be present if... I think that was it, y'all. I could go find it. We can continue. But yeah, I think I ran out of space with that. But this is some good shit. I mean, after y'all need to share this. After hearing all this shit, I'm gonna go find it so we can hear it. Let me see where we at. We're probably, I think we were coming close to the end. Let me go find it. And we can continue, because I want to hear the end of it. I mean, damn, her whole game is right here. And if her followers can't see that, they a bunch of fucking idiots. And I'm about to start me a guy. I'm about to get paid, y'all. If her audience don't understand, listen, I'm sorry, dudes. I'm going to have to just start talking against y'all. I'm going to have to give me some research on how the male nature is just horrific, and these women need to save themselves. Because this broad, if they see this and they still follow her and still give them their hard-earned money, shit, we about to get paid. Come on, Code Squad. We gonna share. We gonna share the pal, because this is some bullshit right here. If her audience can't see this, I mean, I don't know what else to fucking say. I don't know what else to say. Let me go find the rest of this. I mean, if her audience still believes this shit after hearing this, oh my God, her whole game plan is here. I told y'all, she telling y'all who she is. They aren't listening. They are not listening. I'm not touching you. Oh my God. Wow. I didn't even get a chance to listen to the whole thing. I was seeing the beginning when she was talking about Farrakhan. But I left to go get ready for work. And then when I got out the shower and came back, it had already stopped. So I didn't even hear the whole thing. So that's like my first time hearing that shit with you guys. So wow. Damn.
Wow. Mm. Let me find this shit, because that was, whew, that was a bit much. That was a bit much. Okay, here it is right here, y'all. Let me pull it up.
What's up, everybody? It's your girl, Princella. Things are connected. There's no such thing as isolation because there's nothing that exists outside the whole. So, emotions. Once you got the facts, you don't need the emotions.
Okay, we're gonna start right here. Let me share my screen. Wow. If I got it right here. Wow, that is terrible, you guys. Woo! Let's go.
I mean, what's their purpose? I mean, what they gonna do? They ain't gonna do nothing. They ain't gonna do nothing. So, I'm gonna read this. The 12 laws of karma. It's interesting. This is the first time I've seen this. A lot of this stuff I learned through observation, trial, and error. So I know these are laws. 12 laws of karma, and I've already spoken a lot of these in all of the lessons that I've taught you. What is a law? A law is a statement of fact that has been deduced from observation and is always true when certain circumstances are present or something like that. That circumstance is not the right word, but here they are. The great law. Whatever we put into the universe will come back to us. This is it. It's like a boomerang. You reap what you sow. That's the number one law of karma. So we all should be familiar with that. Then you got number 2. The law of creation. Life does not happen by itself. We need to make it happen. So life is not just breathing in air. You have to put in energy and make things happen because everything is based on whatever you create in your mind. And if you ain't creating off of real tangible stuff and you're following behind somebody else's vision of illusion that they have sold you, the reality is you're not going to manifest much. The law of humility. This is one of the number one laws that I speak of. The law of humility. One must accept something in order to change it. You must accept something in order to change it. The reality is nobody wants to accept anything. They don't want to accept that the Negroes are acting in a savage manner or that they have reached a savage state. They don't want to accept that. They don't want to accept that this whole world is built off of illusion. They don't want to accept that. So guess what? Because they can't accept this reality, they can never change it. You must accept something in order to change it. That's number 3, the law of humility. The law of growth. When we change ourselves, our lives follow suit and change too. Thoughts become words, words become sentences, sentences become paragraphs, paragraphs become philosophies, philosophies become actions, actions become habits, habits become character, character becomes your destiny. If you alter the thoughts, you alter the destiny through that change. So when we change ourselves in our actions, the destiny follows along with it. The law of responsibility. We must take responsibility for what is in our lives. They don't want to show humility, and they don't want to take responsibility. These are the two main things that need to be done for you to initiate change. Nobody wants to take responsibility for where they're at. For nothing. Everybody wants to point the finger at somebody.
That's what she doing. She pointing a finger at men.
The law of connection. The past, present, and future are all connected. Not only are the past, present, and future all connected, wisdom is connected. Knowledge is connected. All of these things are connected. There's no such thing as isolation, because there's nothing that exists outside the whole. So there is no other choice but for us in all things to be connected. So the reason why people can't see through things and they can't understand these things is because they truly believe there is no connection to any of these things. So even with the people that's mad about what I said about the truth being spoken about Farrakhan, they can't even connect the fact that all of this information is connected. They believe that the 48 laws of power are isolated because they believe it has absolutely nothing to do with Farrakhan. That Farrakhan's doing all of these things that has nothing to do with any specific thing he is doing in the correct manner to be where he is. They really don't believe it. A lot of people don't believe things are connected. Everything is connected. Even when you look at your body, you go to a foot reflexologist, you go to any of the doctor's office, it'll show you this big old chart where how everything in your body is connected to each other. It's like you a big ass ball. You got your spleen and your headache and your heart, all this stuff in your foot. Because it's all connected. Anyway, next. By the way, on the last point, have you ever had an itch or something and you scratch it somewhere and in that spot, you might feel a tingle in your ear or on the other side of your shoulder or something way down here, and you feeling a movement up here when you scratching down here or somewhere in your leg and it's affecting you up here?
No, that ain't never happened to me.
How much you connected.
No.
Anyway, the law of focus. How many times have I told you that the brain cannot think of more than one thing at a time? Well, the law of focus says we cannot think of two different things at the same time. This is correct. This is what I was telling Mr. Karama when he was on the page. I said, I know that Boyce Watkins and all of them are not doing these things because the brain cannot think of two things at one time. You cannot be in two places at one time. So if you have a plan of in action to do what we're saying that needs to be done, then there's no way that you can be flying all over the country and not in the localized position, putting in the infrastructure, because it requires too much work. You have to be there.
Bullshit. My head is listening to her.
Something on paper.
And my eyes is looking at something on the paper.
What you're reading and be singing the song at the same time.
Yes, you can.
You can't do it.
The music, though.
The law of giving and hospitality. Our behavior should match our thoughts and our actions. How many times have I said this? Our behavior should match our thoughts and our actions. If the behavior is in direct opposition of your thoughts, okay, that means you're lying. That means you're lying. If your behavior and your actions are not in direct harmony with your thoughts and your words, you're lying. The law of here and now. We cannot be present if one cannot be present if they are looking back. This is why I said we have to accept the things and where we are and focus on the here and now. because only the here and now and the alteration of what is going on in your mind will ever even impact it tomorrow. So if you continue to look back and keep saying slavery, 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 and then you never focus on the here and now, what I can do in my own mind, you will always continue to seek backwards. Because if one is not growing, he is dying. You never stay the same, because the only thing that's constant in life is change. You never stay the same. If you're not growing, you are dying. Okay? So if you constantly looking backwards and never improving on what you can do because you're focused in the here and now, you're going to die. Continue. The law of change. The law of change. History repeats itself until we learn from it and change our path. Change begins here. Change begins when you accept reality, because truth will set you free. If you refuse to humble yourself and present humility to tell the truth, you can never alter your path. So the history repeats itself until we learn from it and change it. Well, we have to learn that everything was built off of an illusion. None of this shit that you believe in is true. All of this shit is fake. All of it. Until you surrender to that and move in a truthful and righteous direction, then history will continue to repeat itself. The law of patience and reward. The most valuable rewards require persistence. The reality is we live in a microwave society and everybody wants shit like this. But there must be a roadmap to success, and you must follow it. And you must be persistent. The reality is the Negro wants this shit to happen overnight. He don't want to be persistent. They only want to party, bitch, whine, and complain, and say Black Lives Matter, go to sleep, wake up, and do the shit again. The law of significance and inspiration. Rewards are a direct result of the energy and effort we put into it. If we want to alter anything and we want to get something out of it, we have to put something into it. All right? The fact of the matter is, there is nobody out there that is spending this kind of time to alter or to help you or assist you in altering your mentality and your beliefs to be on the right direction and the right ground for you to move forward. Everybody wants to sell you a tape. Everybody wants to sell you some bullshit, a book or something that is not going to help you alter the way that you process information so that you can change your reality. Nobody is doing that. And you got to be honest about it. So if the rewards that we are looking for Black people are to be liberated and empowered, then you have to put energy into that by altering the mentality of the people to not be in illusion land, but to be on the ground. Because if you keep building on illusion, which is one of the flaws in history, lies and illusions, if we keep building on that and we don't put energy and effort to teach people how to see truth and stay grounded on truth, things will not change. And that is it. That's the 12 laws of karma. That's the 12 laws of karma right there, broken down to you in the easiest way that you can comprehend it. Excuse me. Anyway, that's the end of my discussion for the day. Always remember, ask questions. Don't let nobody disrespect you or try to put fear in your heart by telling you you stupid or you ignorant for asking legitimate questions. If you got a legitimate question, ask it. Don't be afraid. Don't let nobody put no fear in your heart. Don't let the Christians put no fear in your heart. Don't let the Hebrew Israelites put no fear in your heart. Don't let no white folks put no fear in your heart. And damn sure don't let no Farrakhan put no, his followers put no fear in your heart. You crazy? If I end up dead for anything, it'll probably be one of them niggas to come. The white folks probably won't even touch me. It'll probably be one of them motherfuckers be like, you said this about Farrakhan. Bitch, I'ma kill you. They be threatening motherfuckers all the time. Shit. Anyway, I'ma see y'all tomorrow. Thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure if you get something out of these shows, make sure you drop some love. Princella, I appreciate you. See y'all when I see you.
Don't buy they books, buy mine. I'm not gonna play with y'all. I'm not gonna play. Don't buy. Don't buy they books, buy mine. I'm not gonna play. I'm dead. Don't buy they books, buy mine. I can't. I can't. Oh my God, I got a headache, but I think I feel it in my foot. Oh my goodness. Whew. The lonely woman maker. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Oh my God. Oh man. Whew. Whew. She is. I mean, you guys, that was, I gotta put that back up here. That was crazy. That was crazy. Don't buy they books, buy mine. Right. She sat up here and said, how these people, how they just selling books. Whew. Oh man, I can't. Don't buy their books, buy mine. That is so true. You guys listen. Man. Oh, that's China Fox video. Oh, okay. I'm gonna watch that. Yeah, you guys listen. I'm telling you, if her followers, I don't know, if they watch this, I think I'm gonna just post that. I think I'm going to just post that live by itself so that they can see just that without all the stuff in the beginning. Whew. All right, you guys, I'm going to get up out of here because, you know, I'm tired and I need to go to bed. I'm going to sleep all night long, okay? I'm going to put on my NCIS and let it watch me.
We must internalize the flatulation of the matter by transmitting the effervescence of the Indonesian proximity in order to further segregate the crux of my venereal infection. Now, if I may retain my liquids here for one moment, I'd like to continue the redundance of my quote-unquote intestinal tract. See, because to preclude on the issue of world domination would only circumcise the revelation that reflects the aphrodisiac symptoms which now perpetrates the Jericho's activation.
Laughs. Why aren't you laughing? It was so funny when you were disrespecting me. It was so funny. But then when I take it to my level, because there are always levels. So when I take it to my level, all of a sudden everybody stops laughing. Everyone thinks it's funny when I'm being disrespected. But then when I get disrespectful, nobody laughs. Why aren't you laughing? It was so funny when you were disrespecting me. It was so funny. But then when I take it to my level, because there are always levels. So when I take it to my level, all of a sudden everybody stops laughing. Everyone